What's the matter, my friends? Welcome to another stream of your humble streamer, Vermin. That is right, the one and only. Today we are going to play this game. It's been some time. We're gonna be playing Dragon Quest Tact. But before getting into the gameplay, let me go ahead and lay down the foundations for the stream. Because you know what? I cannot do anything about my chat before doing the foundations. So let us go ahead and do that. And for that, we're gonna need the appearance of a certain guest. Let us do the public service announcement that we all know and love. Here's the guest. You guessed it right. Here's the timer. It's also known as the Son of Justice. That is right. The Son of Justice will make it into your house, wherever you may be. He's gonna get you. You're gonna hear this and you're gonna be like, dude, I screwed up at Berman's chat. That's right. Let me also remind you that you can get this. You can get the Van Hammer. That's right. You may be squashed like the little insect that you might be. Just like this. That's right. Or maybe like this, and like pulverized into a little pulp, into a little dust. I don't know. Whatever you like, that's going to happen. It will reach you. It will come flying. Wherever you are, right? The Van Hammer. When that comes into town, you're perma-banned, baby. Out forever. Now let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter what happened in your life. You cannot come into my chat expecting the better treatment. You need to earn it. That's right. You need to earn it. Let us suppose that today something happened in your life. Today, it was not a good day. Today, you were, let's say, trying to get this offer for some time, but you didn't have the money, you know what I mean? So you were waiting, you were saving, and you were like, dude, today is the last day of that offer, but I still have some minutes, I still have some hours, and I want to get it. I finally got the money. Let's get that offer. And guess what? That offer is forever gone. You missed it. You barely missed it. They said, dude, nobody else is buying it. Let's stop it early today. And because of that, your day is ruined, right? So you decide to maybe take it out in my chat. Well, no. Let me tell you that no, that cannot happen, right? I cannot allow that. So let's play it safe. I don't like people fighting in the chat. That's the thing that it irks me the most, right? But anyways, after laying down the foundations, we can finally proceed to read the chat and to do the actual gameplay. So let's get into that. We're gonna start with the very first message and then go down like little by little, the little by little mechanic. That's right. Oh, Kier Mason. Let's go. Canada. In the house. What's up, Kier Mason? Let me go ahead and give a shout out to Kier Mason, just in case that somebody else might be watching. Not a lot of people do, but it is what it is, right? We like to give those shoutouts to the friends. Up and coming streamer, let me tell you. The promise of Twitch. One day will dominate Minecraft. Let's go. You will find some cool tips at his stream. And it is gonna be like super chill, super informative, and he's straight up like a pro on that game. We also have Soyovani. Yeah, that's Soyovani. Mexico. Mexico. In the house. Finally, Mexico in the house. It's been some time. I know that I'm from Mexico, but it doesn't really count, right? Because I'm always here. We need more people from Mexico. What do I say, people, though? People, more people, people. I'm out of language. Moreneando, says So Giovanni. I believe that he's just basically miming right now, and we see some apes dancing around. Chino, Chango, and Chino Mono. Chango is basically monkey in Spanish, and Mono is also monkey. But in Mexico we use Chango more. Chango. Today you learn, perhaps. Today he's a poet. He says, I'm going to translate. He's speaking in Spanish. He never respects the rules. That is a Giovanni for you. I'm not a bread man. I mean, a bread man is basically, somebody that sells bread, right? Panadero in Mexico, in Spanish. But if you want, I will touch your. Okay, I won't translate that. I think that he's singing right now. I would like to be the chili. I don't know the rest. Oh, I don't know. I no longer remember the other girl. But if you want me, I can. Okay. I don't appreciate that, Giovanni. I will not translate that. Play it safe, people. That's right. You don't want to get Divine Hammer. You don't want to get tan out. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Dr. Mason. Let me see. Canada in the house, of course. And no problem for the shout out, buddy. I got you. It's always a pleasure. Well deserved. And I was going to say something. What was it? It was something important. Oh yeah, thank you for being around. I know that it's kind of late. So Giovanni, Kieran, Mason, even if it's like for a moment, I mean, I'm gonna be around like a little bit. I don't expect to be around that much. Maybe at the very least 2 hours. Maybe. I mean, I could go crazy. You never know. Sometimes I go crazy and I continue. You're leaving, so Giovanni? Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it, buddy. He also said guapo, which is basically handsome in Spanish. Let me see this, though. I respect that. I like this emote right here. A dog slapping his owner. I mean, I'm not a guy of violence, but that's a funny emote. Speaking of dogs, Kieran Mason has this super awesome scene on his stream where you can see a dog, you can see like the nose straight into your cam. You can see like absolutely beautiful. I love that scene. Shout out to Kieran Mason. I didn't give the proper shout out. Let's do it. Shout out. Let's go, dude. It's getting more difficult every time to give these shoutouts. Such a difficult mechanic. Oh, you were just lagging a lot? I mean, hopefully it wasn't on my end. Let me see. Let me check this thing out. Easy. It is not on my end. Apparently. I mean, sometimes you look at this and sometimes, even if it looks good, sometimes uh, the streamer could also be having problems. But yeah, let us finally get into the game. I mean, enough talking. And I'm speaking about me, right? I mean, I tend to speak a lot sometimes. Sometimes I don't speak that much, but today I bring it. We're gonna be playing Dragon Quest Tagged right now. Oh, your internet can be bad lots of the time. Oh, I believe that you said so. I mean, the first times that you came into my stream, I remember that you said so. Especially to my stream, I think, because I mean, I'm in Mexico, you're in Canada, and it seems that Canada and Mexico don't really like do that well. It has to be like the issue of the internet service providers. They probably don't have like these business partnerships or business something something, right? So without the business side, uh, there's going to be issues. Know what I mean? So Dragon Quest tagged. Let's make it happen. I am now going to proceed to sing the hymn of this wonderful game. I'll be honest. The main reason or why I wanted to play this game today is because I wanted to sing the hymn, the lyrics that I prepared for this game. I mean, I really like it. Don't get me wrong. I really, really like it, but the beginning is always the best part. I love that music. Let's see. Let's bring it up. Alright, let me just save this right here. So right now it's minus 48 decibels. Save it for me, chat, right there for a moment. I need that because I want to reset the sound to that in a moment after the song ends. But right now I'm gonna bring it. I'm gonna bring it up. The music needs to sound well. Okay, hopefully that works. Let me just check this out. I want to make sure that everything's going well. Okay. Wow. Did you see that though? I mean, just a moment. I wanted to check out if the sound was okay. It is. I just found out. Wait. Right here, look at this. Mr. Beast en español. That's basically, I didn't even know that Mr. Beast had a dedicated Spanish channel. I mean, he has a lot of money. I don't suppose that he speaks in Spanish, but he probably translates like every video. Wow. This guy has the bank. This guy has the bank. What is weird? Empty of testers. The empty of testers. Greetings. Indonesia. In the house. What's up, empty of testers? What is weird? The fact that I'm streaming like super late? Yeah, that is weird, I suppose. Oh, you were playing the Walking Zombie 2 on your iPad, so you didn't realize that I was streaming. Hey, don't worry. Oh, that I'm streaming late. Yeah. The thing is that I don't think that I'll be able to stream tomorrow or on Sunday. So I mean, maybe I will be able to stream like, but late again. I mean, we'll see. But yeah. So I really wanted to stream tonight. At the very least a little bit. Okay. Okay, let's bring it in. Let's bring it. I've been speaking a lot. How long have I been streaming? Almost 20 minutes and no gameplay, dude. Let's do it. I'm ready. Get me this inspiration. Bring it. Yes, it's about to happen. Load. Yes, dude. This is the music that I like. You can sing in your houses. You remember the lyrics. It's been some time. Orchesterra, hear our prayers. Bring back the days when we still were happy. When the petals still bloomed rose, and when the dark Lord was enslaved in his prison. I cannot take him, he was so bad, so mean, and so cruel. He smells like poop. It's such a shame he's free. Orchesterra will protect you from the menace he's representing. Got Mandini and Magellan and all my monsters, even if I'm not that good of a tactician. Let's say I went not through an arena once. I can't forget. I wonder if I can. Oh no, who's that? I can't believe. Is it the Queen? For you, my Queen, my heart I give. Let's go, dude. That's what I live for. I don't care. That's what I live for right there. Why? Not even updated. Okay. At least we got here. So what is the latest event on this? The Beast Fest event is on the way, okay? Mendini and company are taking it easy at their home base. But the piece, blah 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 blah. Okay. He's going to play again, isn't it? I cannot sing it again, though. It will be too much. Are you serious? Now it doesn't want to load. Please load. Please load. Don't do that to me. Okay. Just a moment. Just a moment. Please load, dude. Yes. I mean, no, it's not loading. Why? Why do this to me? I mean, this game has always been an issue. This game has always been an issue. Will I play mobile games today? Maybe, we'll see. I mean, this is a mobile game. Like, what do you mean? I'm playing mobile game right now. They don't say that. MTF testers. Final warning, stop trashing games. That thing is not cool. I will let it sleep once, but that's it. It's not that I cannot take it myself. I'm going to tell you why, the main reason. Me, I'm whatever, right? I mean, I also have to have like some self-respect, of course, but what I'm trying to say is that I have more patience when it comes to me, right? But when you're like publicly trashing a game like that, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna be okay with that because there's some people, not people. There's some people that come to watch their favorite games, you know what I mean? And it's gonna break their hearts to see a dude saying that the game is trash, you know what I mean? So only once per stream, otherwise you're timed out. Mega oof. What is mega oof, Karen Mason? The fact that the game is not running? Or the fact that MTF Tazers is now, how can you say it? Warned? Let's see. That the game keeps crashing. Yeah. That's not cool. You have to trash it on the Discord DMs. I mean, you could do that. You could send me messages to take out your frustration. Yeah, that's right. But yeah, thank you for understanding, though. Are you serious right now, dude? You know what? I mean, I'm happy enough that at the very least, I could sing the song. But this game has always had issues. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it was the add date. Yeah, it's not going to run. I mean, okay, let me try with the other version of the emulator, and if it doesn't work with that, we're gonna change games because yeah, the game it is actually probably the only game that gives me issues. The other one is this game that MTF Tasker suggested, Rava the Rover or something like that. Also, let me lower the volume. Okay. Not the max volume, but the volume, the rest of the volume, like the game volume and things like that. Okay, so let me go here. Dragon Quest tagged. You know what I can do though? If this doesn't work, I can play another Dragon Quest mobile game that came out like a month ago that I've been wanting to also stream. It's a really cool franchise, Dragon Quest. It looks a lot like Dragon Ball, in my opinion. Look at that. To the people that don't know it. I should try Cuphead. I really should because I love the music. I also love, I love everything. I love the art style. It looks a lot like classic cartoons, right? And they say that it is super difficult. So it would be a good challenge, probably. It's not, it's, it doesn't really go on sale, but every now and then it goes on sale. Maybe one day I can totally get it. Okay, I believe that it's being downloaded. Yeah, it is being downloaded. Look at this. Rubber Evolved, yeah, that's the name of it. That's the name of it. It never worked. Everything was super dark when we tried to play that. Okay, I think that it finished. It did. Okay, let us try it here. Dude. No, it's not going to work. I'm going to tell you what's going on. I'm going to tell you why I think that it's not working. I believe... Okay, it worked the first time, right? When it was outdated. But when I updated it, it no longer works. I'm going to tell you why. Because they don't like people. They don't like people that emulate their game. They treat us as cheaters. Sometimes some games treat us as cheaters. So yeah, I believe that that's it for that game. That might actually be it. Let us try DQ Die though. Dragon Quest Die. This is the one that I was telling you, please. Baby dude, this is working. At least a Dragon Quest game is working. Square Enix, Dana. Shut out. Are you serious right now? You can do it. Try number 2. You got this? They don't want me to play their games. Okay. It's over for Dragon Quest on my channel, it seems. Unless that I find a way to install it on my phone and then eventually like send it to the stream in some way. Okay. I guess that no Dragon Quest for the day. I mean, the main thing that I wanted was to sing, so at the very least, we did that. It is your lucky day, Empty Tasters. You know what? It might as well be. Let me go and play this game that looks like survival craft, Minecraft as well. I've been wanting to try this. So if you didn't want to see Dragon Quest tagged, it is indeed a lucky day for you. What is the name of that? Let me see if it's on the categories. Mini block craft, I think. Let's see. Mini block craft. Yeah, that's right. Let's see if Twitch knows about it. Mini block craft. Okay, they don't know about it. Let us do just chatting then. Just chatting, and then we're gonna add right here mini block craft. Alrighties. I apologize to the people that came to watch Dragon Quest Act. We're now moving on to mini block craft. It's gonna be a debut, and yeah, if you want to stick around, be my guest. I also apologize, yeah, Ryan, before because I wasn't really able to play Dragon Quest Act. Oh, it is what it is, Ryan. That's how I always say it. Okay, I now want to welcome the people that came to watch Mini Block Craft. Let's do this. Finally some gameplay or what? You have to run. Yeah, let me allow it. Okay, this thing is probably going to... This thing is probably going to leak some of my stuff. Wait, are they seriously like making like collabs with a football soccer club? PUBG, a shooter game, really? Okay. I mean, Fortnite does it all the time, right? But PUBG has like more realistic graphics. So it's kind of awkward. Yes, I don't like to see ads. Yes, Google, thank you. Go away. Is this like Minecraft? I'm pretty sure that this is straight up like Minecraft. I saw it on the Android Play Store and I thought that it looked like cool. I liked the cow that I saw there, so let's check it out. What's going to happen? Shut up, Facebook. I mean, they're not talking, but all these ads. Wait, what are these though? I didn't make this. I believe that these are like public roads. Giant home, beautiful mansion, small house, and big city. Let's create a new one. I don't want no multiplayer right now. I want some peace in my life. Of course, the name is gonna be Tierra de Jaro. That's how I always named them. It's a ripoff. It is so similar to Survival Craft 2. Even the menu is the same. It's like a clone or what? Empty of Tasters. And Empty of Tasters loves Survival Craft 2. So he must be pissed right now. Of course it's gotta be survival. I like survival better. I'm not a man of building. I'm not an architect, you know what I mean? I want to survive. Let's ring it. You already know my name. Let's change it. This is not my name. There you go. The scan, let's see. I mean, I could be Captain America, but I'm not really from America, right? So we're gonna be this guy. He looks like a farmer. I mean, not really, but he's the one that looks like the most like a farmer. Nah, they're even talking like me. A man is strong, can hit hard, and withstand many injuries. But he is slower moving than a woman, and needs more food to survive. A man of strength. Let's go. They're spawning me. Wait, what is that? Some doggies? Are they dogs or seagulls? They're probably seagulls, right? Oh, the sound effects, is the volume okay or is it like too low? Yeah, I like those seagulls. You know what? I had never thought about it. Seagull sounds like eagle, basically. The eagle from the sea. Yeah, I heard a pig though. Where's the piggy? Oh my god, look at that! A shark! A shark. I want to see, I want to see. Nature is lit, we need to see. If it dies, it dies. Let nature happen. They get attacked by sharks. You're so mad. The textures are even the same. I mean, you could argue that Survival Craft 2 is also like a Minecraft clone, right? Maybe. Know what I mean? Empty of Dashes. So, why hate on a game that it's also capitalizing on Minecraft? Let's see. Give me that thing. They look pretty similar to a game that you know. What is that game, Karen Mason? Do you remember the name? What is that? I saw something. Is that a bee? I'm slightly hungry. Did you hear that? I believe that it's a dog. You can hear the quack quack. It's even rocking his head. He was like, wait a minute. Am I hearing a tiger? I'm pretty sure that I heard a tiger. Oh, it was probably that bird. No, it's a lion. Look at that. A lion and a bear. I like these animals. I mean, the models, they're pretty beautiful. Hey, it's not a bad game. Hopefully the models are different from those games. They look pretty similar to a game that, you know, Minecraft, of course. That's what I'm telling Empty of Tashers. At least Survival Craft was a good ripoff. I mean, you haven't even played this. Oh, that thing just killed a warhog. So I'm not getting close to that. I need that food though. Okay, let us try to make. We need food. Let us make a sword. If I had to fight a lion, We're gonna need a sword. I mean, this place is basically infested with animals, so we need to be ready. Alrighties. Why am I defending this game? I'm not really defending the game, I'm just arguing your mindset. Give the game a break. Give it a chance. That's what I said the other day. It's always a matter of giving chances. I like the sounds. In these games, the sounds are very important. A Philadelphia ad. There's a lot of ads. Let's see. I'm gonna place these. Wait, where's the wood? Wait, that's kind of good. Like a good ad. Look at that. The Christmas Army. And December just came. Ravaged by the blizzard. Spin to win. I respect that. He wasn't that much into the Christmas spirit. Oh yeah, actually, we haven't even checked the Play Store. You never know. There's a lot of games out there that you never know what came out first. I mean, let's go ahead and check it. Let's check it out. (2012). Oh, it came out later then. It actually came out later. Let's see. Oh wow, they have a web system. Do they have a web system on Survival Craft? Empty of Tazers? Why is there a lot of ads in this game? I mean, hopefully they don't give me an ad that it's insensitive. That's all I am asking. Because they're basically changing ads all the time, right? Wait. What an interesting ad. You can be what's the name of it? You can be a lobster, I think, in that game. I just skipped it. Where's my wood? Like, come on, I had a lot of wood. And okay. Stop doing that, game. You don't want me to go offline, right? Oh, maybe this is the wood? That is the wood. Okay. Okay, let's get planks. A lot of them. Turn the Wi-Fi off. Yeah. That's right. This is y ninguna mancha, aunque sea profunda, lo ordenará. El nuevo perfil, acción profunda penetrará, removiendo las manchas y malos olores para una frescura duradera. Okay, I just got possessed by my Spanish side. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Turn the Wi-Fi off in this emulator. That should solve it. Just a moment. Wait, where is it though? Where's the what? Where can I find it? Location? No, I don't think so. Accounts? No, it's not. It's not here. It's usually right here. Let me go to home. No, this is not. This is not it. I think. Maybe they took it away. They don't want you. They want you to get to see the ads or something. Okay, let's just continue. I guess I would just keep them as soon as I can. No. Let's see. Okay, so it is basically that was basically just like Minecraft, straight up. Now I guess that we can make the we can make the what's my? Are you serious right now, dude? At the very least, I can respect that one. But this is like super invasive with ads. Let's see. Okay, this might be it even crashed, I think. This might be unplayable if it has that amount of ads. I mean, that's kind of trash. If only I could, I mean, I have to disable the Wi-Fi on this. If I'm not allowed to do that, I guess that I might just pass, right? That's a very aggressive way to monetize their game. It has more ads than cable TV. Alright, we're gonna pass on this game, guys. Do you guys have any suggestions? I mean, let's take a look at the Play Store. I haven't picked a game on Play Store in some time. I like to pick on Play Store. I like to select games. I like to just look like this and see something and be like, dude, let's try that, right? So let me go ahead and do that. Okay, all these sad games, they kinda suck. I'm pretty sure that I wanted to check out some games, but I forgot about it. Mobile games from the list. I don't know, Untitled Chapters. I'm feeling something from the Play Store right now. I want to discover something. Okay. Why not? You see what I mean? Easy. And it looks cool. An action RPG. Dark Rise. Let's see if Twitch knows about it. Nah, nobody knows about this game, probably. Not even Twitch. Oh, let me change the title. Dark Rise. Dark Rise, okay. Chilling with some Dark Rise gameplay. I want to thank the people that came to watch mini vlogs craft though. And yeah, and hopefully you're gonna be able to continue. If not, I would totally understand because you were here to watch me in the vlog craft. Let's see. Nah, yeah, I want to welcome the people that come to watch Dark Rise this time. Let's check it out. What's going to happen? Noika and Unity. Shout out. Thank you for making this beautiful game that maybe we're gonna be able to play without ads. Okay, that's not an ad. But something happened. Oh. That might be an ad that was trying to load itself, but it didn't load. Or it might be that I took too long to select the character. Let us wait a little bit. What if it's actually an ad? Wait a little bit for it to end. No, I think that it just crashed, probably. What is going on with mobile games today? Okay. You can do it this time. I will select, okay, warrior, mage, or archer. Let's go with the warrior. Yes. Are you serious? I don't understand. Is this like the worst day of my life or what? It seems that it doesn't want me to play. I mean, like, what's wrong? I mean, they don't like emulators anymore? Are you serious right now? Is this the best day that you ever had? Oh, you want the mage? Okay, final chance for this game. If let us try the mage this time. If it doesn't work, okay, mage. Okay, please. Again. Wow. They really don't like me today. They really don't like me. What's going to happen? Okay, next. Life in Adventure. I mean, this involves a lot of reading. I respect that, yeah, don't get me wrong, but maybe let's get some action. I'd be down to play that if we already had some action, right? But we haven't had anything so far. Let's see. Rekia Online, what is this? Oh, it's a card game, I think. I could play some chess, play Frostborn. What is that? Soul Knight is a great mobile game. Frostborn and Soul Knight. Frostborn? Okay. I will just check it out. This is what you mean? This? Frostborn. Okay, I can respect that. And we could do both things. Since you suggested something first, you get the game, but Kieran Mason is gonna get the class. We're gonna go for the mage. I'm seeing a mage. So, I mean, please, Frostburn. You have to work. Oh my god, that is big though. 400 megabytes. I mean, it is big for a mobile game though. So we're gonna wait for the download. Let's go, some mages. I really like mages. They're basically the main magic class, right? So I respect that. At the beginning, I would always go for mages, for necromancers and mages of the darkness and things like that. I eventually started trying out the melee classes, so I started going for warriors or tanks, but mages were always my first option at the beginning. Hopefully this game works though, because I'm gonna be super sad if it doesn't work. You like the warrior class in games, MDF Taskers? Hey, yeah, they're both really unique, really cool. In Skyrim, you only play mage or paladins. Oh yeah, I remember you telling me something like that, Kieran Mason. I believe that paladins, you said that they were like basically kind of like a combination of warriors with mages. It's because they're healers, right? I think they're usually like these tanky warriors that can also like heal and maybe even like sometimes like resurrect like people. Oh wow, it even has a game guide. Look at this. So it is optimized on the emulator. See, they even like have the controls and everything already. So maybe this one is going to work. Maybe they have like this partnership, like, hey, we're gonna let you play our game on your emulator, right? I might be thinking about clerics. I mean, clerics, yeah, they're pretty much like that, but they're like not tanky at all. Maybe you haven't seen paladins like that, but on World of Warcraft, they were like that, I think. They can resurrect and heal others. On a lot of games, they can do that, but they're tanky, they're tanks, right? On the clerics, though, they're more like mages. Like, I mean, sometimes they're also like warriors, but not as tanky as the paladins. Never as tanky as the paladins. Alright, I accepted the terms. It seems that it's downloading something else, as you can see. Oh my god, no. What is wrong? I think that it's doing it again. No kidding. Okay. Maybe the only thing that I need to do is just a moment to close the emulator and to open it again. Yeah, that's a big F. That's a big F right there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna do this. I restarted it. So maybe the other games were okay. At least Darkrise. Okay, let us go for Frostborn. If it doesn't work this time, I might just give up with mobile games for today and just bring something else. Hey, I saw something. I see some progress as well. It's going to crash. It will most likely crash. I mean, let us not get our hopes up, honestly. Hopefully restarting it helped, but I'm still not convinced. Okay. At the very least, we're gonna be able to select the mage. You can take a look at them. Your hopes are way up. Please don't do that. You're probably gonna be let down, Kieran Mason. It was good play that made it freeze. He was trying to make that. Oh! He was trying to bring this my level, right? He was trying to connect to my account and to say my level. Ah, this music. Straight into my soul. I'm back at peace. Why are these characters looking at the ground, though? You need to be proud of yourselves, dudes. Bring the face up. Okay, let's go for the mage. Did you see that? Now he brings his face up. They're looking down when you don't select them. Let's see it again. This time with the warrior. You see? He's like, now I have a purpose. Let's see the ranger. Let's go. Now they have a purpose. Alrighty. We said mage, so mage is gonna be. He looks really sick as well. Look at that. A mage with a freaking. It's not a helmet, but a mask. Yeah, I like that. It's actually called Cure. Cure's power is ancient magic. Received as a gift from the gods and able to heal wounds. Oh, it's more like a healer. Yeah, somebody that cures you. But it's the closest to a mage. So, yeah. Let's confirm it. Cool animations for a mobile game. I know. They look really cool when you were selecting them. Let's see, the gender is gonna be a male, yeah. The skin color, let me see. I'm a light brown guy, so I guess that works. The hairstyle. Can I see you from the side? Can I see you from the side? Okay, he doesn't want. Okay, the hairstyle. Okay, let's continue. Okay. Oh wow, that's sick. But it kind of makes him look older. Let's see. Okay, not bad. That's also good, but the previous one was better. The vowel one. The vowel. Of course. They had to add that. Okay. Not too long, not too short. It looks really cool, but we'll see. Oh, this one looks like a Viking, I suppose. This is like a shepherd. This looks that it doesn't belong on the game. A Voldy, me in the future, perhaps. Okay. Oh my god, there's actually a lot of hairstyles. Wow, that's crazy. They're not joking with this game. Oh, that's it. That's it. Okay. Okay, I like this, but it makes him look kind of old. I mean, let me see the beards. I could make like an ancient, I mean, a savvy mage, someone like Gandalf. So looking old could be cool. Let's see. I need a gigantic beard. The beard of Mage. Wow, they don't have gigantic beards though. It's gotta be this or something like this. Okay. Okay, let's go with the pointy one. That one. I mean, I don't like the fact that he doesn't have a mustache though. There was another one that had mustache. That one, I think. Yeah, that's the longest one, right? Okay, that works. The hair color is gonna be... It's gonna... Like an old man. Yeah. Why not? Someone experienced. Maybe even wider. I don't dig it that much, but I take it. Okay. Now the name. You already know my name. Maybe. Let's see. That's sad. And confirm it. Okay, I like this, yeah. It makes him look like an egg. You think so? Maybe just a little bit. Let's see. So let us go this way. This is the Popular district. Yes, I'm a newcomer. I believe that this is another player. Look at this. You can see the HP bar. Oh, we got here on a boat. Apparently, look at that. We came from the sea. You can see that on the minimap as well. Let's see. It's basically a village. A castle village, most likely. Let's talk to this man. How did you manage to survive? Since the gods abandoned these lands, it has become a rare feat. Nothing but the dead around. You've returned to help us, haven't you? That is right, my friend. I'm here to help you with your tasks. We'll reclaim our lands, build a new home, and band together and become great again. Here's what you need to do. Okay, build a district, create a clan, or build ships. I cannot select the other two, so build a district it is. Let's start it. Contact Warchief, he'll tell you what to do next. I don't even have trouble with that, boys. I'm becoming old, that sucks. Oh, so you just have to talk to the guy that is right next to you, buddy. Why don't you introduce me to himself? He's right next to you. That's always funny in these games. Let's see. You can choose where we'll collect resources required for building the capital. So where are you off to? Let's see, Viking lands, Kingdom of France, England, Mexico maybe, perhaps. Oh, there's basically only 3 kingdoms. Oh, you need something. You need a Drakkar for the other 2. So Viking lands it is. Same as Elder Scrolls Online. You think that this is that it kind of looks like that? Kieran Mason. The characters, things like that. We need a camp beyond the town, where you and your brothers in arms can obtain resources. Together, we will build each district of our capital. Okay. Let's see. You want Germany in this? Of course you would want Germany. MTF Tasker is a big fan of Germany. Let's see. You meant that the NPCs are right next to each other. Oh, yeah, that's really funny. Like, now you need to journey yourself so that you can find John. Go now and talk to John. Follow the trail, and the trail is right next to the dude that just talked to you. What a journey. What a journey. Let's see, Newham. I believe that I can select something here. So I'm here right now. They want me to go to this place, I suppose, to the camp. Oh, I see a skull though. So apparently this is gonna be like a mission. This is probably the difficulty. It's only one skull they used. Here you can process and store resources before you send it to your district. 6 seconds. Okay. Let's go there and see what's going to happen. Enter. I won't tell you what happened to these camp residents. You can settle here and find the resources you need. But first, you have to deal with the dead. Who are those dead people? Oh, collect 3 limstones. Let's go. I like gathering resources. There it is, a limestone. I don't know what that is. Those are berries, clearly. Oh. Okay. Okay, oh wow, this game is not joking. I mean, I'm almost dead. Can you help me, dude? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Look at my HP. There's no way that I will win. So that's the reason why I'm not fighting. Let's see. Let me just keep running, I suppose. They won't let me go. They're so fast. Alrighty, Karen Mason. Go get your snacks and your water. Let's do this. Drink water in your houses. Everybody. Kieran Mason reminded me of that. Is that meant to be like that in Sea of Chapters? Like that difficult? It's only the first mission and it was crowded with a lot of enemies. When you asked the music of the parade song, oh, nobody answered. One person levitating Darava. Yeah, he was probably trolling. Well, memeing, not trolling. A lot of the times you think that people that meme are trolling. Like like with El Chamoy Feo. You're thinking that he's basically trolling and he's memeing. Sometimes he actually trolls you. You have never played Frostborn? I just died again, wow. This game is difficult. And that is surprising for a mobile game, honestly. Why is it better to play with friends? Build both faster, explore the north side by side, you are 4 times stronger. It seems that this is my house. Okay, let me just fight these people, I suppose. People. Oh wow. Oh wow. I'm actually really strong. You hit him with the 1 and then you hit him with the 2, like 1, 2, 1, 2, you know what I mean? It ain't that bad then. I die fast, yes, but they die faster. and then you can heal yourself just like this. You have a special ability that lets you heal yourself. Lara Bosso is so great. Laura Bosso. She's actually Laura, not Lara. She has a U. L-A-U-R-A. That's a good memory though. Lara. Lara Bosso, you almost got it right. Alright, I gotta heal myself again. Nice, did you see that? He's like, ugh, when he gets his healing powers. Sit down, dude. You too. Oh, I'm going to that. Yeah. My loot. Look at that. I believe that I can retrieve my loot though after dying. I'm pretty sure that that is the case. Yeah, that is the case. Look at that. Give me that thing. Hey, welcome back here, Mason. It's good to have you. So the game is not that difficult after all. I figured out how to kill enemies already. They die more easily than I die. Did I level up? I saw a divine light reaching me for a moment. Yeah, I leveled up. Look at that, level 2. On the bottom left, it says level 2. You gonna make diseases or righties? MTF Taskers likes to make diseases. It's like his thing. He has like his own like mini section in the chat. It's really cool. Let's see. Oh, they give you some loot. I wonder if the skeletons had some loot. Okay, let me heal myself. I need a pickaxe. How can I craft it though? There has to be like a table, crafting table. I don't think so. I don't see any crafting tables. Wait, what is that? Oh, it's like a basement, I think. Oh, the vault. It's a vault. Oh my god, look at that. Why do I have all of this? I mean, I suppose that they give it to you for free. Let's equip all of this. An axe. Oh, but it doesn't say equip, it just says split. It's probably like a tool, a special tool. Oh, never mind. Let's see. What is this? Let us read it. No to the new jar. It's good that you came down there. This is the only place where your enemies can get you. Here you can hide especially valuable stuff and hide yourself. Remember, keep in the vault only those things you don't want to lose. Oh, makes sense. So not even players can attack me here, I suppose. Not even PvP can happen, most likely. You found out today that there is over 100 different types of arthritis. A bit random. 100 different types of arthritis. I wonder if it is due to the fact that there's like a lot of bones, right, in the hand. Probably at the very least like 20, right? I mean, how many? I mean, each finger has like 3 bones, I think, except for maybe the pinky and the thumb. So it's gonna be like 9 already, 11, 13, and then you have like the ones on the actual hand, which right here there's like three big ones. 3, 6, 9, 13, 16. So that's like 16. Yeah, it's probably like 20 something. It's crazy. So yeah, depending on which bone, maybe the name that it has, or the type, or even the muscles, because there's also muscles, of course. There's also like nerves and things like that. But today I learned. 100. Wow, that's crazy. Oh, new disease. Let's go. Let's check it out. Alright, so I tend to read the disease's name in Spanish phonetics. I mean, in Spanish, basically. So this disease is called Orchesterra 93. That is right, my friends. Orchesterra 93. A virus that originated in Brazil. The disease can make people vomit blood, bleed from their eyes, have diarrhea that's filled with blood. Wow, that's really nasty. You nasty, endothasers. Eyes turn blue and loss of hair. This virus originated from the moon, where an astronaut got infected with it. The virus has killed over 4 billion humans. The rest of humanity now live in government bunkers. You better watch out for Orchesterra 93. Soon to come into your town, maybe. I mean, let us not say that. That sounds like kind of like conspiracy theorists right now. It is obviously fiction, right? At least they're not bleeding from their ass into your task. That's what I'm going to say. Because sometimes you say that people bleed from their ass and things like that. Sometimes you go nasty. So it originated from the moon. That's crazy. It came from the moon. Orchesterra 93. Wait. Oh yeah, you go ahead and do another disease. It's alright. And then I go back into the chat. Yeah, you said that it originated. Oh my god, what is wrong with my tongue today? It originated in Brazil, and then you said that it came from the moon. Like, what's it gonna be? I actually didn't notice as well. Okay, let us fix it. The astronaut was from Brazil. That's it. He was from Brazil. Let's see. So you can actually loot the corpses. That's something that I haven't been doing. I wonder if I can loot this skeleton. Let's go! I got 4 bones out of that. This is just basically going to explain to me what the small shed is for. I mean, it's obviously extra inventory. Oh, that gave me a log of wood. A new weapon. Let's equip it. And this is alcohol, I think. Alright, let me heal myself. Okay, look at that weapon. I'm starting to look better. Like an actual... I mean, I'm not a warrior. I would want to get a wand soon. And then you said that it originated from Brazil. I know. It didn't make sense at all. Let's see. I mean, what was my quest anyways? Okay, we already saw this, but what is my current quest? Oh, it seems that I actually don't have any quests. They want me to reach a certain level. First, complete the current tasks. Let's see. Oh wow, you can even change to the other classes. Look at this, they have like more classes. Apart from the 3 that we saw. So they also have a Berserk, which is basically, yeah, a Berserker. Oh wow, this one is an actual mage. He uses the element of ice. Then you see the Pathfinder, which is another type of ranger. This one is actually called Healer. I mean, Cure. I thought that they were the same, but it's probably... A Cure is probably like more like a Shaman, more like Mysterious, I don't know. The Healer is basically just your standard healer. A Bowman. And the Warrior, yeah. We knew those two. Oh my god, they have a battle pass. Are you kidding me? And look at this, look at the freebies. They come from the battle pass. You can get an armor. You can get a lot of cool things. You don't have to buy the premium one. Look at that. You can get a weapon. Hey, it's not bad for a mobile game. Another weapon. Tools, cool tools. This is like cosmetics. It is not armor, it's more like cosmetics, right? Another weapon. More weapon. Oh, look at this. The armor with the head of a bear. The helmet of a bear. Wow, it has a lot of goodies, honestly. They give you a good amount for just playing. That's probably the best battle pass that I ever seen. for the people that play for free. They even give you some legendaries. Look at this. And I don't know what's this, but it looks legendary. I wonder if it's a class or a special animation. And look at this helmet. It looks like the Mandalorian, kinda. Yeah, they have a battle pass. it is really cute. I mean, Kieran Mason. We could be laughing at them like, this game has a battle pass. So cute. You know what I mean? But never underestimate the power of freaking mobile gaming, dude. There's a lot of people that pay a lot of money in these games. So we may be making fun like, this game has a battle pass, that's cute. But these people are probably making some bank, you know what I mean? At this point, I think that mobile gaming has a bigger player base than PC and the consoles combined, I think. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. And to think that a lot of people don't know about these games. I mean, the people that come to Twitch, the people that get to YouTube, the people that, you know what I mean? But a lot of people play them. That's the reality of mobile gaming. They are on the 4th season, so probably they're making bank. Yeah, I mean, you see what I mean? They're like giving a lot of freebies because, dude, we got that bank, let's give back, right? That's what they're saying, basically. Kind of like Fortnite. We have an EDC, so let's check it out. Alright, let's do this. Hermonus 29. That sounds kind of like I'm talking Latin or something like that. Hermonus 29. A virus that can make humans vomit blood, have diarrhea every 20 seconds. When a man at empty tattoos. Diarrhea again. Do you know? No. Oh, no, never mind. Let's continue. Have hallucinations. Pee blood. Okay, that hurts. That hurts. That actually hurts. Saliva. Okay, just a moment. The research list. Saliva. I have researched this in the past, but the fact that I don't see this word that often makes me forget it. So that's gonna be in the list. Skin rots away. It was found by a doctor in Greece when he checked a patient, and the patient had hernomus. Scientists haven't found a cure yet because the virus mutates every day. It has killed 340 million people. You see, so that is bad, but not quite as bad as Orblachia 93 was. Orblachia 93 has killed already 4 billion humans, and this one has killed 340 million people. You won't spoil it for me? Thank you, Karen Mason, because you could basically do something like this, right? Like saliva or something like that to tell me how to pronounce it. Let's make the disease worse then. I have found some purpose in my life. It says empty of tassers. Let's make it worse. You're basically acting like the mad scientist right now. Oh, let's kill this wolf. Why not? Sit down. You see, now I'm starting to one-shot people. People. It wasn't that bad. But yeah. I need to train people. There it is. So yeah, I want to craft, but how the heck do I craft? They just want me to level up, I think. Nice. So at the very least, everybody's like getting one shot. Oh, I see an arrow right here. They want me to go here, I think, maybe. Oh yeah, of course. Stone and wood. Throw him something. I couldn't read. Yeah, this was here when I came. But then they started attacking me. Okay, this is what I had to do. Collect resources necessary for building your district and put them into the card. Okay. I have some resources already. Let's place them. The resources are collected. Talk to the elder in the town to complete the construction. Okay. Let's do that. Let's go back to the town, I think. And you just walk this way, apparently, and you make it to town. This is the town. Newham. More and more of the immortal are coming to town. With their help, Astern hopes to recapture the lands from the undead. Okay, let's go that way. Oh, somebody's coming. You see that jeep? Create a district. Wait, what? That was confusing. Oh, this is my own district. Okay. So this is not the same place or what? Oh, it seems that this is... No, it is. It is the same place. But it's like my private place. I remember the other place where I basically spawned. I saw a lot of houses and everything was developed. In this place, you only have this guy and this guy. Oh, there's also some other things, but yeah, it is. I believe that you have to like view them. Let's see. Let's talk to him. So I see you got all the necessary materials. We also found some. This should be enough for a little while. Okay. We're going to help you with materials for now, but soon you'll have to rely on yourself. Oh, a house. Yeah, let us build the house. Can I move it though? To another place? Nah, I cannot do that. Let's build it there then. Now they want me to clear this out to build a tavern. Oh, nice. You have a tavern now. Hey, an EDC. Let's check it out. That's a new one. You didn't worsen the previous disease. MTF testers. You just went ahead and decided to make a new disease. Oh, that's what you meant. Okay. Alright. Tyrannitus 30. That sounds funny. Tyrannitus 30. That is the name of it. A disease created by aliens. Oh my god. By E.T. the extraterrestrial god. This disease came from Jupiter. And this disease can make people vomit blood. Come on, MTF dancers. The three of them make them vomit blood. Oh, non-stop, okay. Well, that's different. Diarrhea that's filled with blood. Diarrhea that's filled with blood. Ah, okay, I get it. They're basically pooping blood, right? Have seizures. Lungs will be destroyed. Nervous system breaks down. All organs fail. You won't have control over your body. Skin rots away. Oh, it rots away on this one as well, on the skin. And you feel the urge to hug everyone. Okay, that's interesting. Let me hug you. I want to infect you, or something like that. Disease spreads faster this way. Yes, I knew it and you knew it. That's the way that it spreads. Eyes turn red. This disease has killed all humans on Earth. All humans, wait. It killed all humans in 3 days. It mutates every nanoseconds. Every nanosecond. So there's no cure for it. You find a cure, it's too late. It is a cure for a so long forgotten disease. It is no longer the same Tyrannitus 30. It has mutated a million times when you found the cure, basically. It makes things more scary. Yeah, he loves blood, it seems. And yeah, that's fair. Yeah, he also adds a lot of diarrhea and skin rotting away, and what else? Yeah. Let's see. This game is pretty chill. I respect that. Not a lot of action yet, but I respect chill games like this. I mean, the thing that I love the most about Minecraft is that the game is pretty chill. I mean, unless of course that you're in like caves, right? With your SFX like turn up like a lot. That's when it becomes like scary. Also the Nether, maybe the end. I mean, the Nether scares me every now and then. I haven't really been in the end though. The pickaxe is needed, yes, I know that. Wait, I mean, there's nothing in this place. I don't see. Let's go back. What am I supposed to do now? Oh! Oh, I have blueprints now. I can make a woodworking table. And the hatchet and the pickaxe. I wonder if there were more quests though. Let me see, I want to see if there are some quests. Also, give me already something, dudes. Like, I already played some time. Give me something on the battle pass. Ooh, looking good. Yeah, let me go back. Maybe there's a quest in that place. This game reminds you of that Greek game. Greek game. A Greek game. I wonder what that game is. Is it popular? A Greek game, I suppose that you get to see Zeus, Poseidon, and things like that. At least in statues, I don't know. There's nothing in this place, there's no quests. I don't see them on the minimap. Okay. Maybe let's just gather some resources and craft something. Well, this requires level 5. And you can see some dwarves, look at that. I like the looks of this guy. Let's see. Oh, I can go there. I can also go to this one. Okay, forest. Oh, the cliffs. Let's go to the cliffs. Maybe I will see some dwarves already. Let's go to that place. Tyrannitus Strength becoming scary. Tyrannitus Strength kill more people than the Black Death. We have never seen something like this before, says World Health Organization official. Oh yeah. I knew it and you knew it. I knew it and you knew it. That's what I had to do. I need to read it like that. Let's do it again. Tyrannitus Strength becoming scary. Tyrannitus Strength kill more people than the Black Death. We have never seen something like this before, says World Health Organization official. I mean, But the script that you're giving me, Empty of Chapters, it wasn't that good. It didn't sound that good. I mean, it sounded okay, but it could have been better. Let's blame it on the Empty of Chapters. Let's see. Yes, enter, enter. I want them to enter the cliffs. Here you can meet giants. Giants. I want to see some giants. Okay, let me... Oh, wait. Oh my god. It's a player. He has a shield. He's going to kill me. I mean, I could kill him. I could do it to him, but... You saw that? He left. I think that he was lower level. Honestly, I wouldn't really like to kill him though. I mean, let the guy just have fun, you know what I mean? I think that I saw that this map was not PvP though. So even if I wanted, I couldn't possibly like kill him, I think. Okay, let us get a lot of things, because I want to craft a lot of stuff. You wanna make more of those news anchor things? Alternative strength. You wanna make more Oratis? Let's see. Can you hear the sound, or is it like way too low? Oh wow. Wait a minute. It's not moving at all. You see this? It's not moving at all. It's not even being detected, I think. It is way too low, yeah. Okay, now you should be able to hear it. Test. Test. Okay, this should be okay. Test. Okay, a little bit less. I'm comparing it with my voice. Okay, maybe that works. You could have told me. I wish that I had known that for before. Let's see. I mean, it's always like pleasant. I mean, I'm a guy that doesn't really mind about sound when I get to people's streams. I can just hear them talking, and it's always like cool, as long as the streamers are also like cool, of course. But yeah, the sound of the game also adds something to it. Sit down. Now give me your loot. Oh, he doesn't have anything. Oh, this dwarf wants to talk to me. How's my brother too going the giant forest? He asks. Oh, I gotta reach level 10 first? Really? Okay. You didn't notice Karen Mason, but now you hear it. Yeah, you see, sometimes it's not that needed. It's happened to me in the past. I meant the sound of the game. I mean, my mic is super loud compared to the sound. I know how my mic sounds, and I lowered the volume for everything else on purpose. But I hadn't noticed that for this game, uh, it was really not like registering anything of the sound. It seems that for every game you need to like get gear and pay attention, and that's something that I don't really do. Even after streaming for almost 2 years. Has it been 2 years already? Maybe. It might still be kind of low. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, it was really low. But now it's better. I mean, there was literally no sound in the taskforce. It was not registering anything at all. Okay. That's the sound that I compare like the most. Because when I do tests with my mic, the sound that it's sometimes not registered is the sound that I do, like, you hear that? Like a monster. So that is the one that I always test. If that is not registered, then I mean, and that's for my mic. The game shouldn't be higher than that sound that I do. Let's see. I should have some crafting regions already. So I can only take 6 of this. Oh, this is because this one is empty. Look at this. That one is empty and that one is full. How many nukes would it take to destroy a normal sized planet? What kind of question is that, MTF Tasters? That is the thing that I'm going to ask first. That sounds kinda messed up. Hopefully you will never find a way to make nukes. But, I mean... Hey, Karen Mason, I mean, it's already late for you, buddy. It's even late for me. I continue for a little bit, but yeah, hopefully you're going to have a pleasant night, a pleasant dream and everything. Thanks a lot for stopping by, I appreciate it. Have a good one. I have unlocked. Oh my god, did you see that? I just unlocked 3 classes, I think. And the tournament. Oh, you actually want me to answer that? How many nukes would it take to destroy a normal-sized planet? I mean, what would a normal size be for a planet? The size of planet Earth, maybe? I think that is pretty normal, right? It is not small compared to like Pluto, perhaps. It is not big compared to like Jupiter. So let us suppose that planet Earth would be the chosen one, okay? So a nuke took a single nuke basically destroyed two cities, I believe, or maybe one. Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I think, were. So let us suppose that planet Earth has like, I don't know. I mean, let's do that, man. You know what time it is? It's research time. That is right, my friend people, welcome. It's research time. Okay, so I want to find out how many big cities there are on the Earth. So let's go ahead and see how many big cities in the world. That's right. So that is the first question, people. How many big cities? List of larger cities, okay. From Wikipedia. Okay. They have the number 81. And the final one was Guadalajara, Mexico. Of course. 81, okay. So let us now find out how much land is empty in the world. Unused. How much land is unused? Inhabited. Okay, this makes sense. Let's check it out. Shout out to the Curious Meat Cat. Shout out. Thank you for providing the answers to this question. How much land on Earth is inhabited? I'm skimming through this. Wait, what's the var though? No, I cannot scroll this. Okay, that's better. Okay, maybe this is the answer. So on the one hand, you could say from these results that 10% of Earth is inhabited by humans. Or you could take a more glass half empty view and say that 90% of Earth is covered by humans. Only 10% of the world is truly wilderness. I don't believe that. Do you guys believe this? Only 10% of the world is truly wilderness. I don't believe it. Okay, so okay, let's go back, people. So we had 80, 84, 81 large cities. And then we had 10% of the world is inhabited. How big is the world? Okay, how many kilometers in the world? Okay, this is crazy. Give me the answer. Give it to me easily. How many kilometers cover the world? Okay, this could be it. Alrighty, so we have about 150 million square kilometers. Alrighty? So 10% would be what? 15 million kilometers squared. Okay, so now we go back to the largest cities. Let us select a big one. Sao Paulo, Brazil, okay. Okay, the metropolitan area is 7,000 square kilometers. And then you check the urban and the city. It's about 10,000, okay? Okay. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up at all. But I will say that it would take around 90 nukes to completely destroy at least the surface of a common-sized planet. 90. So now, people, we're going to go ahead and found the way to pronounce saliva. Saliva. Let's check it out. 1, 2, 3.
Saliva.
1, 2, 3.
Saliva.
It was kind of like what I was saying, right? I mean, I was trying saliva and saliva.
Saliva.
But now we know that it's saliva.
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 I mean, the way that this is written, it's like they want you to say like saliva. Saliva. But when you hear this, it says like saliva. Va, not the. Va.
Saliva.
But I'm gonna go ahead with this. I trust this better. Saliva. 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 Alrighty. That's it. We say goodbye to people. For always being the great viewer that he is. Thank you, people. And don't forget to tell your parents to ring up Twitch to watch the next stream, buddy. Bye bye, people. Keep growing strong, people. Bye bye. So they basically decided to disconnect me for being AFK and not playing their game. I'm not worth the resources. They just kicked me out. Just like that. How many nukes would it take to destroy a big planet? That's an easy answer. Let us go for Jupiter. The size. Okay, I don't want to wake up people. I don't want him to miss his favorite part again. So we're gonna do it very easily. Okay, Jupiter. Okay. How bigger is Jupiter than Earth? 11 times. So we're gonna do 11 multiplied by 90. There's your answer. You will need almost 1000 nukes to destroy a big planet. 990 nukes, basically. Come on, man, settle down. That's a lot of questions. What if we dropped a nuke on a black hole? it would be disintegrated, I think. But it would make like at the very least some reaction. But it would be very small, I think, because they say that black holes are like very powerful. But yeah, I'd expect at least to see like something shiny like popping up. You know what I mean? Because nukes are also not a joke, right? So I would expect at least to see something light up on the black hole as more reaction. Even if it's like just like very tiny, I would expect to see that. What if the multiverse theory was correct? What is the multiverse theory anyways? Isn't that something that even Facebook is like doing right now? They even changed their name and they're trying to do like something like that is called metaverse. And it's gonna be like this big like video game or virtual reality exposed video game. The other day I saw that they sold like they sold something that is going to be on metaverse. They sold it for like millions. Oh, a land plot, I think. So someone is going to have like their houses or their house on the metaverse of Facebook. And they had to pay like a lot of millions. And it's just a freaking game, basically. Let's see. Even light can escape a black hole. Yeah, that's what they say. It's actually crazy. The multiverse theory states that there are multiple universes, like alternate realities. Oh, like there could be like several like Verm, several MTF task forces, several Kieran Mason, Sergio Moifeo on different universes. Is that what it means? No? Okay. What time is it anyways in my place? 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I gotta be preparing to end the stream. I was considering maybe like streaming something else for a little bit. Let us see if there's a mobile game that has like a category on Twitch that we can play a little bit. This game is really slow for streaming purposes. Yeah, I respect it. It's a chill game, but right now I'm not exactly in the mood. So thanks to the people that came to watch Frostborn, we're now going to go ahead and move to a different game. And yeah, if you want to stay tuned, thank you very much. And if not, I would totally understand because you were here to watch Frostburn. That is right. Google the multiverse theory. Okay, I guess that I can do that. Can I mean, maybe I could talk about the multiverse instead of like changing games. Dark Story has a category. Oh wow, it's been some time. Yeah, I believe that it's a bot. Look at that though, they're learning. They're adding emotes and everything. Okay, that is a new achievement in your life. Cheerful Emer 9Q6R476. You got yourself Divine Hammer, that's right. It's time to squash you like the little bug that you are. Just for the fact of being a bot. You were created on November 28, 2020. But today it comes to an end. Let's do it. Where is it? 1, 2, 3. Let's go. Justice has been served. You even heard the sound of justice? He was happy to see justice. Okay, so we're gonna talk about the multiverse, I suppose. Let's try this. I mean, yeah, this works. Finding out. Okay, the multiverse. And we're gonna say how can you I mean beginner. The multiverse for beginners perhaps? The multiverse. The multiverse. How can I freaking do this? Like, how can I call this? The multiverse basics? No, I mean, if I call it like that, it's gonna be like, I know about the multiverse, right? A little bit. The multiverse. The multiverse. The multiverse. What is the multiverse? Okay, yeah. Maybe. What is the multiverse? Maybe not. Finding out about the multiverse. Yeah, I mean, that's what I wanted to name it, but What is the multiverse? Yeah, what is the multiverse? What is the multiverse, and that's it. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and begin. What I'm first gonna do is search for the meaning of multiverse on Google. We're going to find out the very concept of multiverse, the basics, the very essence of it. If you would want to say what it is all about, this will be it. To the global audience, basically, because it is the meaning from Google. So let's check it out. First of all, how do you say this thing? Am I saying it right or wrong?
Multiverse.
Multiverse.
Multiverse. Multiverse.
Multiverse.
Multiverse.
Yeah, it's really well done. So the concept is, let me do this for you. I don't understand why Edge is not giving me the scroll bar though. I want to do this, you know what I mean? And then I want to move the screen like this way. Okay, now they give it to me. Now they give it to me. This still doesn't do it though. Let me go to the other side. Okay, that works better. For now. So I'm gonna be moving back and forth, okay? To the right and to the left, depending on the needs. Okay, let's check it out. So what Google is telling us is that the multiverse is an infinite realm of being or potential being of which the universe is regarded as a part or instance. Okay, let us now do it again, but pay more attention to it, because one thing is reading it and one thing is understanding it. An infinite realm. A realm like a planet? Not necessarily a planet, right? I suppose. A realm is a realm. It is like an immense location. An infinite realm of being. Of being. Or potential being. Of which the universe is regarded as a part or instance. Multiverse. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. An infinite realm of universes. But it doesn't say anything about the universe. It doesn't say anything about universes. Oh, it says something about the universe, but okay. An infinite realm of being or potential being of which the universe is regarded as a part or instance. So what this is saying is that the universe is part of the multiverse, right? Of which the universe is regarded as part or instance. So let us suppose that our universe is part of the multiverse, right? This universe is different. That's why you think, empty of Tazers? I mean, so far, everything that you have said are mere suppositions, right? I'm trying to come up with my own concept, right? So what multiverse might be for you is going to be something different for me, right? It's just a theory. Okay, let us go ahead and see more definitions. That's actually only a definition, and a single one. When did this word started to be used? Okay. In the 800s? I don't think so. The orange one is a lie. It has to be the red one. So I'm going to pay more attention to the red one. Alrighties. So the word multiverse was first used on 1885. But as you can see, it didn't really mean nothing until the 90s. Look at this. Until the 90s. Until the 90s. It started to like make a kind of like a trend on the 80s, okay. But then look at the 90s. It's starting to go like actually go up. It's starting to like make a curve. And then something else like happens. On 1999, I mean, you can say 2000. On 2000, it makes like another change. From 2000, look at that. From 2000, it's been going on and on and on and on and on. Until 2018. Is starting to look to make another like curve. So let us say that it basically started from the 90s, but it had but then it had a big emerge on the 20 on the 2000s. Oh my god, what's wrong with my voice? No, not my voice, with my tongue. On the 2000s. So let us go back. 2000. It's a new concept. basically. I wonder if it's something that it's being studied by actual scientists. I wonder if there's some like actual people, people that can basically believe in something like this and that are actually like doing some research, scientific one. Like for example, in another universe, the Earth is run by animals, and in this universe, the Earth doesn't have a moon. I now remember that Dungeons and Dragons, this old pen and paper game, they have used this word for some time, I think. I wonder if they helped popularize it. I will go into the multiverse Wikipedia now, I think. But before doing that, I really want to understand this better, like on my own. Because to move on, you have to understand it first, you know what I mean? The very basics. I believe that this concept that Google has is quite vague. I don't understand it on my own. It's an interesting theory. It sounds like an interesting theory, but I want to, I mean, I want to see what makes it more interesting. Let's see. An infinite realm of being. A realm of being. Like, what exactly is that? A realm of being. Yeah, I will move into Wikipedia. Just give me a moment. I'm trying to understand the concept that we're seeing here better. A realm of being, or potential being. So that means that it could be a realm that could only show the potential of being, and not necessarily like the being. So why would you think that it's a realm of being? A realm that exists? To be is to exist, right? It doesn't necessarily involve the, how can you say it? The existence of humans or living things. Being could be like the existence of a material, or maybe even just a concept. Not necessarily like an actual living thing, like an actual animated, full of cells, whatever, full of small living things thing. You know what I mean? An infinite realm of being, or potential being. Okay, potential being would basically be something that has the potential to exist, but that doesn't quite exist completely. But it exists in some way to be able to have the potential, right? An infinite realm of being or potential being of which the universe is regarded as part or instance. But the multiverse is a single thing, right? There's not a. This concept tells me that there's no several multiverses. You know what I mean? So we, in the past, knew about the concept of the universe. We thought that the universe was everything. But now, there's a higher concept that is multiverse, I think. Now that thing is everything, right? Or it could potentially be, because there's no proof that a multiverse exists, I think, right? There is proof that the universe exists, right? I think. But yeah, right now we are talking about a multiverse. Things have changed. An infinite realm of being, or potential being, of which the universe is regarded as a part or instance. So yeah, our universe will only be a small part or instance of the vastness of the multiverse. Which in turn is basically a realm, and it is infinite. I mean, they have said that the universe is also infinite, though. So maybe the universe, I mean, maybe the universe is not that different from a multiverse. Why does Google use big words? I know, I mean, like it would be much more easier if the explanation didn't have big words. I know, I mean to me, MTF Taskers already knows the meaning, I think. But to me, someone that doesn't really understand it, I was having a difficult time with this. But as I was saying before, the universe and the multiverse are not that different. Let us suppose that the universes, including ours, will be treated like planets. They could be treated like planets. So let us suppose that our universe is called Earth, and it acts like something like the Earth. Let us suppose that it's a universe that compends the Earth, Jupiter. It also has a lot of stars, a lot of black sky, whatever. Black holes, why not? The thing is, though, that the universes are supposed to be infinite. And guess what? The multiverse is also supposedly infinite. So you see what I mean? So when are you going to find this distinction from a universe and a multiverse? When is a universe going to find the next universe? That belongs to the multiverse. When is that going to happen? If it's infinite, it might never happen. So another question would be, hey, maybe every universe is located on a different dimension. Like here we have the universe where Earth is located. But then, to get to the other universe, you need to cross like a portal or something that would take you to that universe. Otherwise, you'll never be able to make it there. Because the previous universe is infinite. You know what I mean? So let us suppose that the multiverse exists. you'll never have the ability to meet the people from the other universes, let alone the entire multiverse, unless that you would develop like a high tech or something like that, like portals, like traveling machines. I don't know, time machines. I don't know, things like that. Crazy technology like that that doesn't quite exist, at least not on Earth. An infinite realm of universes, and each universe is different. Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's completely crazy. I mean, if this thing exists, and it is so out of reach, it sounds so out of reach that it's totally crazy. Completely crazy. I think that I'm starting to understand it better. An infinite realm of being or potential being, which the universe is regarded as a part or instance. This thing catches my attention. Potential being. By that, I understand that something doesn't really exist. So that can also happen on the multiverse. It can be locations that don't necessarily have like anything, or that don't really, you would say that they don't exist because they're kind of like meh compared to the rest. So the multiverse would basically be an infinite realm that is built with universes and other things that are gonna be like kind of meh, maybe call them the meh universes. Those are called potential beings. And that's it. We happen to believe on one of those universes that is very well part of the multiverse. All right, so now we need to go deeper. We're gonna go to Wikipedia, I believe. Why not? Let us not, how can you say it? Let us not lie to ourselves. Wikipedia is basically a list to the people that know English or things like that, like the global community. Wikipedia would be the encyclopedia that has a lot of knowledge, so we cannot ignore it. It's gonna be the first one. Oh my god, there's actually a lot in this already. Okay, maybe not. Okay, not that much, but yeah. Each universe is the opposite of our universe. That's something that we didn't see on that meaning from Google. So let's see if by reading Wikipedia, we're going to see if what you just said, empty of tatters, is around here. Because by saying that, empty of testers, by saying that, you would say that there's only another universe. Because the complete opposite can only happen once, I think, in my opinion. The complete opposite to the planet Earth or to our universe would be only one thing. So that would mean that there would only be another single universe that would be completely the opposite of ours. So it is that or the rest of the universes are a copy of each other. There might be like thousands and thousands that are all the complete opposite of our universe. So that is something that I don't support or understand. Not until now. We're going to find out with Wikipedia, maybe. Let us first read these right here. It's gonna be the English Wikipedia, by the way. There's a lot of languages. I know. Oh, there's also Spanish. So, but we're gonna keep it on English, okay? We're gonna keep it on English, but at the very least, I could read Spanish, and even MTF Tasters could read Indonesian. I wonder if if there's like Indonesian in this. Bahasa Indonesia. Multisemester. That's how you call it, maybe. Bahasa Melayu. Malay. 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 I wonder what that is. Malayan. I have heard that, I think. Malay. It's probably right next to where you live, NTF Tasters. Bahasa Indonesia. Wait, that's another. Wait. Is that a language? Bahasa Indonesia. So there's Indonesian, Bahasa Indonesia. And then you also have something that is called Bahasa Melayu. Bahasa Indonesia is a language. Okay. I suppose that it is very similar to Indonesian, right? Anyways, let's check it out. First things first. Yes, it's similar. Nice. Are there some people in Indonesia that speak Bahasa Indonesia? Do you know? I mean, there's gotta be, but I wonder if there's like a lot of people. That's people. Most of them? Really? So that is like your main language? Wait. Bahasa Indonesia. I thought that it was Indonesian. So Indonesian doesn't exist? It's called Bahasa Indonesia? Or Indonesian does exist? You don't know? You're actually getting confused now? Okay, let us go ahead and read more. about the multiverse. So it says the multiverse is a hypothetical group of multiple universes hypothetical. You see? So it is not confirmed to be a thing. It is only a hypothesis until now. Hypothesis, theory, blah 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 blah, right? So let us keep exploring this hypothesis. Group of multiple universes. That's what we basically took from the meaning on Google. We understood that, yes. They were also talking about being and potential being. They were also saying that the universe is a part of it. That's understandable until now. Okay, let's continue. Together, these universes comprise everything that exists. The entirety of space, time, matter, energy, information. Wait, is information like really this big? To be out there with space, time, matter, and energy? Okay, and the physical laws and constants that describe them. Okay. The entirety of space. You hear that? Space. Wouldn't you be able to also call the multiverse plainly just like space? Because space is basically the universe and beyond, right? You can also refer, I mean, not actually not right. No, 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 no. No, actually no, right? No, no. Because space, I mean, I don't know though. No, I don't think so. Why? Because when you're like on your planet, right? Like Jeff Bezos and those, they want to travel to space, you know what I mean? But you could also say that space is full of planets. So they say, hey, I want to travel to space. When in fact, they are also part of the space, you know what I mean? Because they're on planet Earth. But yeah, I mean, you could call it space, the multiverse, but not quite, right? To be more specific, you still need to say multiverse. Know what I mean? Okay, let us continue, but first let me see. Space doesn't contain multiple universes. It just contains stars, planets, black holes, and more. Space, 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 space. Okay. Can space contain time, matter, energy, information, and the physical laws and constants that describe them? I think it does, right? I think it does. So I would say that you could use that word instead of multiverse as well. But I know what you're trying to say, MTF Tasters. Space can also be used in more refined ways, right? More reduced ways. It can definitely be used in a lot of more ways. So multiverse should stay like that. It shouldn't really be replaced by another word. Not by space and not by universe. Okay, let us continue. The different universes within the multiverse are called parallel universes, other universes, alternate universes, or many worlds. Like as simple as that, many worlds. Many worlds. I don't understand what the multiverse is. Dude. Many worlds. Easy. Okay. The different universes within the multiverse are called parallel universes, other universes, alternate universes, or many worlds. Okay. Okay. Simple enough. Remember the story that you told about a man from Torah? A little bit. A man that came from an alternate universe, I think. And he was in this world. I remember a little bit, but honestly, just a very tiny, itty bitty. This is part of a series. Take a look at this. Physical cosmology. If you want to go crazy, ladies and gentlemen, come to Wikipedia and get to physical cosmology and read every single thing that is blue like this. Read all of it and keep digging. You gotta go deeper. You know what I mean? You're gonna go crazy. Potentially, if you read all of this. He came from a parallel universe. Wait, so a parallel universe is not the same? It is not the same? It is not an alternate universe? What would be the difference? He came from a country that doesn't exist. In this universe, the country doesn't exist. Oh, okay. Okay, so the different universes within the multiverse are called parallel universes. Okay, so there's parallel universes and alternate universes. Okay, this word alternate universes. Wouldn't it basically mean that there's like these several versions of the same universe? Alternate universes. Like let us say, like right now, there could be like an empty of Tassers, for example, on another universe. And he could be basically doing something totally different. He might not be Indonesian, he might not be the age that he currently has. He might not even be born yet. He might not even exist. But something that belongs to this universe could exist in that universe. You know what I mean? But it would be disposed in a totally different manner. Is that what alternate universes are? So by that concept, our universe could have like alternate versions, alternate universes. Yeah, that's the difference, right? So a parallel universe would be that those universes exist oh my god, this is confusing. Alternate universes, parallel universes. There would be, I would say, universes that are taking place at the same time that our universe is taking place. And they will most likely be different, completely different. New living things, everything disposed in different manners. But they would exist at the same time that our universe exists. I mean, you could probably say the same thing for the alternate universes, though. You could say that they also would exist at the same time. What I wouldn't think that would be the same, though, is that the living things that compose them, they would be different, I think, because they are parallel. Like, we are here, and they could be right next to us, and we don't know. And we will never know because our own universe is infinite. So they are parallel. So they feel closer than alternate universes. Because the alternate universes, they might have like a lot of the same things, or eventually would have them, but it will be a totally different version. Whereas the parallel universes wouldn't have a lot of the same. Not at all. They would be more distanced. I mean, I had said that they'd be closer in a way, but more distant in the way that they have like their own living things that completely different. And they also have their own alternate universes, you know what I mean? Those parallel universes. Okay, this is too complex. This thing makes you think. So let's keep going. Because the more we know, the better that we're going to understand it. So let us read the history of the concept first. I mean, do we really need this though? Is this really going to make us understand it better? I don't think so, but we're gonna read it really fast. Because history is history. We're gonna read it really fast. Okay. Early recorded examples of the idea of infinite worlds existed in the philosophy of ancient Greek atomism. Atomism is a natural philosophy proposing that the physical universe is composed of fundamental indivisible components known as atoms. Okay. Today you learned. Which proposed that infinite parallel worlds arose from the collision of atoms. Okay, kind of like the Big Bang, obviously, right? Let's keep going. In the 3rd century BCE, what is this? Isn't this like before Christ? Something? Execution or something? Before Christ's, I don't know. I need to know. BCE, the Common Era, okay. Oh, before the Common Era. Okay, okay, okay. I mean, what is called the Common Era, though? Before CE. Okay, CE is a Common Era. BCE and CE are alternatives to the Dionysian BC and AD notations, respectively. Dionysian, I believe that is like before Christ and after the death of Christ, I think. Okay, the Common Era is one of the year notations used for the Gregorian calendar, the world's most widely used calendar era. Before the Common Era, okay, I mean, but explain it to me. Yeah, before Christ, there it is. And AD, Anno Domini, in the year of the Lord. To 21 CE and AD to 21. Wait, what? Those describe the current year. Okay. I thought that we were living in a special year. But no, they're just using an example with 2021. Time travel? What the hell, your touchers? You're tripping right now. Your brain is going faster than me. It's going crazy. You're already on time traveling. Let's see. 400 BCE. And 400 BC. Before Common Era. Before BC. Before Christ. I reached the same year. Before Common Era. Before Christ. Okay. And then Common Era. which is Anno Domini, which is basically after Christ, right? But they don't say after Christ, they say Anno Domini in Latin. Wow, everything is very interesting. Let us go back to the multiverse. In the 3rd century before Common Era, before Christ, the philosopher Chrysippus suggested that the world eternally expired and regenerated, effectively suggesting the existence of multiple universes. Oh my god. Multiverse is basically multiple universes. It's helping. The history of the concept is helping after all. I thought that it was not going to do anything for me. I thought someone predicted that something would happen in 2021. I know. I was like, dude, what am I finding on Wikipedia right now, dude? It's 2021, something important? I was like, dude, what's going on? I was about to trip. Okay, the concept of multiple universes became more defined in the Middle Ages. Yeah, because right now, this is basically like bollocks, right? This is basically on his diapers. The American philosopher and psychologist William James, oh my god, William James, I've heard of him, used the term multiverse in 1895. But in a different context. Oh, so it didn't count it. It didn't really count. But you can coin the term to William James. To America. An American philosopher to philosophy, to psychology. You can coin it to them. At least the term, not the concept. Not the concept. Okay, so in Dublin, wait, isn't that Germany? Oh, that's Ireland, okay. Oh, it's Berlin. Berlin is for Germany. Okay, in Dublin, in 1952, Erwin Schrödinger gave a lecture. What is he? A Nobel Prize winning Austrian Irish physicist. Okay. Who developed a number of fundamental results in quantum theory. Oh, in quantum theory, wow. The Schrödinger equation and everything, okay. Okay, so he gave a lecture in 1952. 60 years, basically, after the term had existed. So in his lecture, he jocularly warned his audience that what he was about to say might seem lunatic. He said that when his equations seemed to describe several different histories, these were not alternatives, but all really happened simultaneously. These were not alternatives, but all really happened simultaneously. They all happened simultaneously. not alternatives. You see? You see. So Erwin Schrödinger was talking about alternatives back then. And we already explored the concept of multiverse, and it talked about alternate universes, you know what I mean? And back then, I had said that these universes were were most likely not happening at the same time as the universe from where they came from was happening. And let's suppose that an alternate universe from our universe, it cannot happen at the same time. So, right here, he is basically confirming that. Also, we used to also see the term parallel universe. Parallel universes, they have to be happening at the same time. So they are like the polar opposites of each other, kinda. Alternate universe. It is not happening at the same time that a certain universe is happening. And it basically also has the same living things. Whereas the parallel universe, it's happening at the same time. And it most likely doesn't have the same things, the same living things, the same empty attachers. Yeah, there's no other empty attachers. When you speak about parallel universes, you will not find another empty attachers on a parallel universe to our universe. On a universe that is parallel to our universe. That's what I'm trying to say. You will not find an empty attachers, but you might find it on a universe that is alternate to our universe. You know what I mean? Today we learned. Okay. So all thanks to Erwin Schrödinger. Now I am learning more. Now I am learning more. Okay, this sort of duality is called superposition. Okay. Not alternatives, but all really happen simultaneously. Superposition. It could go hand to hand, that term superposition, with parallelism. With parallel. Superposition, parallel. They're kind of close. But what is the duality though? What is the duality? Not alternatives, but already happen simultaneously. Not alternative, but already happen simultaneously at the same time. At the same time. Okay, the duality is that they are not alternatives and that they happen at the same time. That is the duality. That is what is called the superposition. So no, parallelism is not exactly superposition, I think, right? Unless, let me see, a parallel universe is not alternative. Yeah, check. A parallel universe means that things happen at the same time? Yes, because what we might be our universe. There could be this other universe that is taking place, of course. So yeah, maybe parallelism is kind of close to superposition. Yes, you could be able to say superpositioned universes. A man of cosmology. A man of physical cosmology already. What's that? Little by little, the little by little mechanic is going to take you far in life. Schrodinger's cat. Isn't there like a Schrodinger's list as well? Or maybe that's another guy. Schrodinger. Let's search for list. No, it's someone else, and he was related to World War II, I think, or World War One, I think. Schrodinger sounded kind of like that, but no, it's another guy. Yeah, that's someone. Oh, yeah, that was a previous comment. Okay. Okay, now the last thing about the history of the concept. The term was first used in fiction, and in its current physics context by Michael Moorcock in his 1963 SF Adventures novella, The Sundered Worlds, part of his Eternal Champion series. Oh my god, it's actually, it was first introduced as this, like as the actual multiverse concept in a freaking novella. That is right, Vermin. It is a part of a novella called The Sundered Worlds. Maybe one day I could bring it. Maybe one day, cockroach. Maybe one day. The Sundered Worlds. Maybe one day, if it's free. Can I watch one Vsauce video in the stream? Oh, it's gonna be like 1,000 hours, dude. Freaking Vsauce is gonna be like there like 20 minutes, dude. I cannot really do that, I'm sorry. But we can revisit this in the future, and I'd be down, but I need to understand something about the multiverse first, and then we can watch the Vsauce. If you want to watch one Vsauce video, then watch Is Anything Real? Okay. Add it to a list. Let's do that. Is anything real? We can get a V-Brain video by Vsauce. Am I saying it right? Do you say like that, Vsauce? Let's reach 400 IQ. Freaking big brain. You won't even see my head anymore by the time that the stream is over. Suggested by the Untitled Chapters. Alrighties. Oh yeah, this book right here. This is gonna be for me. The Sundered Worlds novella. I'm gonna add some asterisks to say that it's a suggestion made by me. Well, not a suggestion, it's basically a note for me. The Sundered Worlds. I like that name. Sundered. Ugh. Eternal Champion, look at that. Even the name of the series is cool. The Eternal Champion is a fictional character created by British author Michael Moorcock. I don't like his name. And it's a recurrent feature in many of his speculative fiction works. I don't like that name. Yeah. That's just... Okay, I will. You need to behave, you need to behave. I'm talking about myself, right? Let's see. So he was basically just a writer. He wasn't even a scientist. He wasn't a physicist. He was nothing. He was just a guy with imagination, and maybe he was savvy. I mean, even if he wasn't a scientist himself, he had to do his research, right? To be able to write good science fiction. So he at the very least understood good science, the basics at the very least. But yeah, I mean, we're here talking about the multiverse only because of Ryder. England, by the way, English. The place of chess and the place of amazing gaming, Elsie Tony. What else? What am I living? Yeah. The United Kingdom. Well, not necessarily, right? In English is England. That yes, it's in the United Kingdom, but you could say that it's also like its own nation, right? Let's keep it at England, because they have said British rather instead of English. Cheese pizza and not amazing gaming. That's the way that MTF Tasters baptized my friends. Those are fellas. Okay. Oh, the other day I went into Chesa's Discord server and I saw that's amazing. I mean, previously is known as Amazing Gaming, right? He's now amazing. He had this avatar, Discord avatar, where he was like basically dressed up as Santa Claus. But he basically had no shirt below. He just had this the thing that women use to cook. I mean, apologies. Not only the women use it. I mean, that people used to cook. This thing that is like it is used to for you to not like get like splattered in food, in nastiness. But below that, you use something else. You know what I mean? So he basically just had that, and below he had nothing. He was like naked, I think. And he had this Santa Claus hat, and he had this Christmas tree behind, and things like that from his house. And I had to congratulate him. I told him, hey, it's amazing. I respect your picture though. I respect that. It's really cool. I told him. It's really funny. It's amazing there's stuff like that. He even changed his name. He changed it. He changed it to Chris Mazzy, like this. Let me show you. I don't respect it. Of course you don't, because you hate amazing. Like this, Chris Mazzy or Massey. I don't know how to say that last name, which is basically a pun on Christmas, right? If it wasn't obvious. What kind of profile picture is that? I don't know, it's funny. To me it was funny. Oh, a brief explanation. I don't know if I can do this. I think that I need to... I mean... This is fun, but I also need to rest. And this explanation is going to take me some time. Okay, let's start reading a little bit. If I don't finish it, so be it. Okay. The brief explanation of the multiverse. Germania in the house. Let's go. Cacophonia. I'm just talking about nonsense right now. Cacophonia. I'm trying to understand the multiverse because Empty of Tazers brought it up and I was like, dude, what is that? So I had to know. Reading, Sherling. Cacophonian is in the process of becoming a variant, apparently. Are you gonna recommend Half-Life stuff again? Like you always do? I mean, I wish. I have not been satiated of Half-Life yet. How was Black Mesa? You wanted to ask? Black Mesa was really, really cool. Really, 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 really cool. I'm not going to say that it is the best thing out there from the Half-Life universe, but it was a worthy how can I say it? A worthy content, yes, a worthy content of the Half-Life universe. Pretty worthy, yeah. I mean, it sucked ass that it was crashing a lot. I mean, I also made the mistake of not being able to reduce the graphics and whatnot. So a lot of it was on my own. Because I hadn't even noticed that you could actually change the graphics. I think that Cacophonian also said that it was because of the mod. The classic mod. The classic weapons mod, basically. So, okay, it might not be that much on the game. But yeah, I loved a lot Zen. I loved it so much. That was the better part of that game. They made it really good, I think. I also loved the fact that they added some stuff in different ways, like the fight with the Volsag. I forget his name, her name. Gore, Gore, something like that. And I love that battle where you were like basically like running all the time. I believe that I hadn't seen something like that in the Half-Life universe, at least to that extent, to that, because it was quite long. You were basically running, and then you would find her again, and you would see, and you would run again, and things like that. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I mean, actually, I believe that all the battles with the bosses were different. So it was pretty cool. It was fresh. It felt fresh. Yeah. It would also add some small mechanics, like what can I say? Like some small mechanics, but there were some more small mechanics, like additions to the actual gameplay. I'm forgetting them, but there were some minor mechanics that they added that were very cool. There has to be one that I can remember right now, but I liked it a lot. It was really cool. Isn't the multiverse just the collective of all the universes? Yeah, that is basically what it is, but I want to go deeper, right? I wanted to go deeper. And I'm just clowning around right now. I mean, not clowning, I'm trying my best to understand. Yeah, my PC cannot handle Black Mesa 100%. Yeah, that's right. I would have liked it more if it hadn't crashed. Yeah, that's probably it. Maybe my whole experience was diminished because of that. I agree. And there's many secrets that I also didn't find. There's gotta be. I mean, I only unlocked like three freaking achievements. Probably four, because you told me to not kill Borgians, and that was an achievement on some, I think. But yeah, there were like a lot of achievements that I didn't get, and I think that I was doing decent. I tend to. I mean, okay, maybe that time I didn't explore that much because I wanted to make progress. In the past, I have explored more, but I ended up doing like 30 hours. Like, what do you mean, man? So I was trying to at one point just do progress, like stay focused to what matters and continue. Uh, the crashes was a good thing. Of course, you're going to like the crashes and the attachers. Yeah, the longer that it takes. Oh, and to get to the mobile games. That's right. I mean, when I do them, I not always do the mobile games. Yeah, he enjoys seeing me suffer. I suppose that is that is the reason. On Steam, I can find Strange Tag 1. A free Half-Life 2 mod. One of his favorites. Oh, that's the reason why he's sorry. Estranged Act 1. Half-Life 2. Estranged Act 1. Let's add it to a list. Half-Life 2 mod. Suggested by Cacophonian. Let us capitalize it. Let us also Romanize it. Let us add a Roman number to make it look better. Estranged Act 1. Let's check it out. Let me bring Steam up. I might as well just see it. Follow it or something. Estranged Act 1. Wait. Maybe you suggested to me this before. It's already on my library. So I just need to play it now, right? Okay, so that's it. Alrighties. For example, what you meant by secrets is if you take some characters with you, like scientists or security guards, and bring them to others, they will actually talk to each other. Oh, you meant that. Like in-game cinematics. That's really cool. I always like to find things like that and pay attention. Or secret hidden ways, alternate ways. Oh, that too, okay. Yeah, you were given the idea by Untitled Chapters. Every day, not every day. I mean, I finish them and then move on, right? I mean, I wish that I had the brain to play a lot of things like every day, but I cannot do that. You gotta keep it spicy, right? It's not the way to roll, but at least I'm having fun while I stream. I'm pretty sure that there's some streamers out there that only stream one single thing, and they're probably not having the fun that I have. That I tell you. That I tell you. So I respect hopping from game to game. Uh, yeah, it's not bad for cacophony and tune testers. Don't make this a series, just play it once and leave it. I cannot do that. The thing, you want me to like start it, and if I don't finish it on that stream, like leave it, right? That's what you want. That's how your brain works, basically. No, dude. No. You have to follow the plot. You have to try to finish it. That's the cool thing. That's the cool thing, especially cool games, right? When a game sucks, okay, maybe every now and then I will leave them. But no, when a game is good, you keep it in. Is it really on my library? It's strange. Wait, why? It is not on my library. Oh, it just means that I claimed it. Or maybe it's filtered right now. Yeah, it was filtered. It is supposedly on my library, but I didn't see it. Okay, just a moment. How big is this? 2 gigabytes. I'll install it when I'm talking. I won't play it right now, but I'll install it already for the future. Okay. is being downloaded. I don't remember downloading something while I'm streaming. Hopefully the streaming is not going to take a burden. Hopefully the stream is not going to lag. I think that my internet service provider doesn't mix uploading speed with downloading speed, so I should be okay, maybe, hopefully. The future doesn't mean the next stream, right? Most likely not. But I also like to give the viewers something back, so I respect cacophonian, so I wouldn't make it weigh like a lot either. Because I'm also always looking for things to play. So let us say that at most it would take me 1 month to start playing it. At most. Not more. Okay, let us go back to the multiverse. Oh, this one. Okay, so the brief explanation. Let us try to read it because yeah, I need to take a break and go to bed eventually. So let's start moving. Okay. The brief explanation for the metaverse. Why am I saying multiverse? Wait, isn't metaverse also a thing? Or is just basically the name from Facebook? The new name. I don't know. Okay, anyways. The brief explanation for multiverse. Multiple universes have been hypothesized in cosmology, physics, astronomy, religion, philosophy, transpersonal psychology, music, and all kinds of literature, particularly in science fiction, comic books, and fantasy. Okay, so far it doesn't matter, right? Until they speak about science. Okay, in these contexts, parallel universes are also called. Oh my god. There's no way. Parallel universes are also called alternate universes. How? How? No, dude. I mean, in those contexts, okay, this is expanding my brain. No, I'm not going to watch Visas. I'm going to read the brief explanation and that's it. Okay, quantum universes, interpenetrating dimensions. No, that doesn't make sense. Or does it? Would you say that a universe... Okay, here's a question. Would you say that a universe is the same as a dimension? That's my question. Play through estranged entirely. I always do that. I mean, I actually don't. I failed once. I actually want to finish Portal Stories Mail Yeah, that is the name. I actually want to finish that, but I really suck at the puzzles. I gotta be honest. And that's the thing that made me basically quit the other time because my brain couldn't do it. It's not that I didn't want, but at one point I just couldn't do it. My brain couldn't do it. I tried to go back and I honestly I didn't even remember what I had done until that point to help me to solve the next puzzle. But I really want to finish it. Yeah, it's something that stayed on my mind. So if I ever like end up like finishing that, I will tell you. I will tell you Cacophonium because I will most likely do it. I will most likely do it, and I will tell you, hey, I finished it. If you want to check out the VOD, check it. If not, it's totally okay. But I did, and there's that, right? The content is out there. uh, yeah, basically. You're just waiting till I be able to play Alex in a few years. Yeah, and I really want to make VR happen at one point. It's just that I'm like spending in other stuff first. I just commissioned, by the way. I mean, I just messaged the artist yesterday a header. I commissioned a header. I haven't read their answer. It's the one that worked on my offline banner, the one that you see when I'm not streaming, and the one that you see on the video player. It's the same one. Hopefully they say yes, and then I'm gonna have a banner, a header. My bad. I'm gonna have a header, and then if I come up with something for my avatar, I will commission that. Otherwise, I can start moving to other stuff because I already commissioned my emotes as well. So after that, maybe I can start moving to other stuff. I mean, I want to commission other like art, other artwork. I have other ideas. I want a viewer of the month thing from what a memer, right? That is also something that is basic for my thematic. I want something from what a memer. That is also a concept that I have. But yeah, it's slowly we're gonna get there. I mean, I freaking wish that I could get a better job with with more money. I've been doing all of that really fast. It's only a matter of money. It's not a matter of uh, of taking it very slow or being lazy with that, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, I gotta keep looking for better jobs, honestly, because money really helps. It really freaking helps. It could make my stream. It could. I mean, at the very least, it could make my stream look better, right? I don't complain. I like the stream the way that it is, but it can always improve, right? The looks, the production, whatever. You can always dream, man. You can always dream. I have a lot of ideas. Yeah. Wait, who is that? Whose biography is that? Do you know what I'm saying? You pretty much do, right? You wouldn't be here if you do you understand? Hello, Srevaravovsky. That's like a Russian name or what? I'm not reading anything. I'm basically just checking out the multiverse concept. He's asking, Srevaravovsky is asking what I'm reading and things like that. I like the Pog Bones, by the way. Yeah, I do speak Spanish. I just don't tend to speak it when I'm streaming. And I know that I'm as Mexican as you can get. Sí, hablo, simplemente, más que nada hablo inglés cuando hago el stream, porque luego hay mucha confusión, ¿no? En los idiomas, pero sí, sí hablo. I do speak Spanish, that's right. I do speak the language, my man. That's right. Let me see. Let me do some catch up with the chat. I like this emote, by the way. Is this yours, actually? Oh, it's not. uh, I did finish Cry of Fear, I know, yeah. Which is a hell of a feat. Only because you're scared of that, right? Real big streamer stuff. Uh, Not big streamer stuff. Oh, okay, maybe the production sad and things like that, but I mean, I suppose that a lot of streamers stream about that, not just me. So, but yeah, I would happen to be a guy like that as well, a guy that dreams about that. It's always cool. Hey, welcome back, MT Obsessors. Yeah, I still have the Mexican accent. That's right. Sir Baradovsky. You seen Breaking Bad, and you know all about Mexico. Just kidding. I mean, all that there is to know or what about the cartel and things like that. Not because of being scared of crowd fear, but because it is so hard. The level design and gameplay. It is actually hard, yeah, I agree. I agree on that. No, I'm not on the other side. No, no estoy del otro lado y no me olvido de mi país ni de mi idioma ni mucho menos. Es simplemente que es complicado estar haciendo las dos cosas al mismo tiempo y estar traduciéndoles a los que hablan inglés y todo eso, más que nada por eso, pero para nada, o sea, orgullosamente mexicano. Simplemente lo uso para practicar y porque como puedes ver, pues no hablo el inglés perfecto, ¿no? Como dices, el acento mexicano y orgullosamente, vaya, o sea, de hecho hasta lo enfatizo muchas veces, me gusta. Otro día en Latinoamérica. Another day in Latin America, how sad, how bad. He's basically saying, no, I do like Latin America. I like it. I'm not that type of guy. Let's see. Let us move on. Parallel realities. So they're telling me that this is basically all the same. I don't think that a dimension and a universe is the same. I mean, leave it to Wikipedia though. You cannot take everything as like actual knowledge. Not at all. Are you going to read this rule article? No, I am not. I won't do that. Nope. Did I see that we're gonna get Spider-Man first? Wait, what's Spider-Man? ¿Cuál película de Spider-Man? Let's see. Ni sabía que iba a salir otra. There's gonna be a new one or what? Spider-Man. That's basically it. No Way Home. Is that it or what? No, that's probably not it. This already came out, right? Is there any upcoming Spider-Man movie? Oh, December 17. Pues de hecho eso lo hacen mucho, de que traen las películas a México, como aquí consumimos de todo. Y pues está bastante bien. That's really good that they bring movies to my country, like a lot of times. The thing in Mexico is that we consume a lot of, how can you say it? We consume a lot of everything. We love entertainment, we really do. That's the main reason why a lot of musicians come to the country or try to make it in Mexico. I don't know, there's a reason. It's kind of crazy. Sí, está bien loco eso. O sea, mucha gente del entretenimiento se viene y empiezan a sacar sus cosas acá. Porque saben que acá, pues, consumimos bien. O sea, no importa que a veces falte el dinero, nos venimos y gastamos en estas cosas. We spend the money on a lot of this stuff. Even if sometimes we don't have it. Times to spoil the people that speak English. Sí, pues la verdad no. Lo que veo más ahorita son series. Spider-Man, o sea, me gusta, está padre, pero no me gustan mucho las películas de superhéroes. I don't really like superhero movies. Mi favorito es Batman, my favorite is Batman, that's it. Pero, o sea, en general no sé mucho de películas de superhéroes. Ahorita lo que veo más son series. The thing that I watch more right now it's series, TV series, a lot of series. Ay, no estaba leyendo ninguna biografía, estaba leyendo del multiverso y no sé qué. Puras cosas fumadas. Nomás ahí para el botana, para el botane. That's basically what I do. Reading a lot of the multiverse. Hora de vengarnos de los gringos. Yo por eso no me meto en internet, porque sí, es un rollo. Cuando no quiero que me spoileen, de plano no hablo el internet y luego veo las cosas. Me voy al cine o abro el Netflix o algo si es exclusivo de Netflix o así y fuego en cuanto salga, fuego. Yeah, I always watch the things that come out. I watch them really fast when I don't want spoilers. Really, really fast. As soon as they come out, I go to Netflix. I go to the movies if it's needed. Yeah, to avoid getting spoiled because the internet is going to get you spoiled really, really fast. It's really crazy. Oh, Empty of Tasters, you like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies? They're really cool. I haven't really watched the ones from the other actor. So yeah, I watched one and it was really cool, but that's it. ¿Sé algo de la neurogénesis? No, para nada. Nunca había oído de eso. ¿Está relacionada con el cerebro o no? Neurogénesis o las neuronas. Pues neurona o qué, génesis, formación de neuronas. No sé, la verdad. I don't know nothing about neurogenesis. Marlin Bo Savant. No, tampoco. Creo que sí vivo debajo de una roca. De buenas que me hallaste, pues yo creo que estoy hasta el fondo de Twitch, ¿no? Me hallaste también. Puedo buscarlo. I can look for Marlin Bose. Marlin Bose Savant. Oh, es una periodista o qué? ¿Es a journalist? Let's check it out. Look at this. Marilyn Bose Savant. She's an American magazine columnist, author, lecturer, and playwright. A playwright. That's crazy. Es una guionista esta señora y todo. O sea, hace obras de teatro que... Ah, bueno, eso creo que también es guionista en general, me imagino. Fue listada por tener un coeficiente intelectual el más alto, wow, en el libro de los récords Guinness. Oh, wow. No la conocía. Toda está viva y todo. I didn't know this woman. She's supposed to have had the highest recorded intelligence quotient, the IQ, I suppose. She even made it to the Guinness Book of Records. Sir Varavovsky is saying that he already has his Spider-Man costume ready to go to the movies. ¿Qué cosas leo? En general no leo tanto. No. O sea, no soy alguien de que... O sea, lo que te leo son las noticias, las que te pone el celular ahí en la cara, que le das a la izquierda. Las de Google. Son las cosas, esas son las cosas que yo leo. También de repente me pongo a leer Reddit o alguna... De repente sí que me pongo muy fumado, me pongo a leer una revistas así como de ciencia, por ejemplo Nautilus, no sé si la conozcas. I read this type of things, sort of Baratovsky, when I get like, this is probably like the fanciest. stuff that I can read. But no, I mean, I'm not a man that reads like a lot. O sea, esto es ciencia, pero pues hasta ahí te llego, o sea, no es que sepa muchas cosas. También leo de repente periódicos así como el New Yorker o The New York Times y cosas así, pero muy a las 500, nomás cuando quiero como que leer otro tipo de cosa más como profesional o formal, es lo que leo. Pero pues sí, no sé mucho de muchas cosas. Yeah, I really don't know anything about a lot of stuff. Tiene más logros que el Chapulín Colorado, que la señora esa. Sí está bruta, la verdad. Y de hecho se miraba bien normal la señora. O sea, la mirabas y no la veías así como que nerd, ¿no? O sea, se miraba súper normal la señora. O sea, that woman that we just saw, what was her name? Marilyn Bosavant. She was like, she looked really normal. Yes, she was using glasses and things like that, but she didn't look like a nerd. Not at all. You're confused, empty of Tassers? I'm just talking to Sir Baratovsky. Baratovsky. I'm just talking with them in Spanish, going back and forth, trying to keep it up. Do I know about the Russian Tsar Bomba nuke? I don't know about that. Nothing at all. Empty of Tassers. Let's see. Oh, that's super crazy. Look at that. What the hell? I mean, we use bomba in Spanish. That's basically bomb in Spanish. Ya están preguntando de bombas nucleares aquí. That's a good looking bomb, no? Look at this. Really old fashioned. Sí. Oh, ¿tú robas información de páginas? Así como hacker o como... Te recomendaron volar. De hecho, Empty of Task Force es indonés. Es de Indonesia. No, a ver. Volar. A ver, déjame checarla. Oh, esta. Estudiante, gana dinero con tus apuntes. Oh, it's pretty much... Es como script, ¿no? Como esto. Como script. Que subes tus apuntes, tus tareas. Mientras sea tuyo. Tú lo hiciste o cosas así. Hasta libros o no sé, me imagino. Cualquier texto te dan dinero. Sir Baratovsky is saying that this was suggested to him by a Colombian. I'm telling him that this is kind of like scripted. You can basically upload your homeworks, your books, things like that, and in that way You get paid. Interesting. Aquí ganan dinero los delincuentes. Mucha información deliciosa. Una chava que estudió medicina nuclear. Oh, it was recommended to him by a girl that studied nuclear medicine. That's really good. No, pues está con ganas eso. O sea, la gente que estudia esas cosas son la gente que más sabe de sitios padres y buenos. Y pues esto les sirven a ellos porque pues al estar estudiando cosas así bien complicadas necesitan investigando y todo eso. Y por eso también conocen todo este tipo de cosas. Is this even about the multiverse anymore? Not really. It is no longer about the multiverse. We've been branching out. I mean, we even saw about the bomb. I mean, this is basically just chatting, so that's basically it. De Harvard, información de Harvard, pues lo único son los cursos, ¿no? Esos cursos feos que ponen. O sea, al fin de cuentas, pues feos, no, ¿verdad? Porque te enseñan algo que aunque sea bien básico, esos cursos gratis que puedes pagar hasta por certificado, pero que pues mucha gente no los vale. Es lo único. Y pues lo que tienen en su página y cualquier concepto que te dan, pero pues no es nada. O sea, clases, no. De Harvard, pues no. De las buenas, ¿verdad? Yeah, you won't find anything from Harvard, Sir Varadovsky, basically. Out there. It's really hard. You basically only see the things from those cursors that are free and yeah. That's all that you get. ¿Cómo? Eso sí no lo entendí. O sea, la información de Harvard vale toda tu casa, tu familia, tu propia vida. Dentro de un mes. Eso sí no lo entiendo, dentro de un mes. O sea que en un mes consigues toda la lana con información de Harvard. What message did I miss from you, NTF Tasters? What was the message? Oh, the nickname of the nuke was the father of all bombs. Oh, I mean that's quite the father. Yeah, that looked like really powerful that bomb. De Oxford te gusta el diccionario y la manera compleja que permite. Debes saber algo de Harvard, de dónde conseguir la información. Sí, el Oxford, pues es muy bueno para el diccionario. Pues de hecho el Google lo usa con sus significados y eso creo. Y pues en general con el lenguaje de inglés, Oxford, pues sí sabe bastante. O sea, ellos te hacen un montón de manuales y eso. O sea, creo que hasta tienen sus cursos. Tipo como Cambridge, más o menos. Sí, sí son bastante buenos los de Oxford para el diccionario. You wanna see how long this conversation can go? Why? Multitaskers. I mean, I'm close to leaving, no? Unless that I get really hooked, but I really should be thinking about leaving soon. ¿Qué hora es allá de donde tú eres, Sir Baratovsky? Ahorita, ¿qué horas tienes tú? Y aquí son las 5 a.m. Ya estoy pensando en irme más o menos. Está buena la plática y yo creo que sí me puedo ganchar, pero ya estoy empezando así como a pensar ya, así como que ya estuvo. Porque de hecho mañana tengo una carne asada y todo. Y, y pues ya, tengo que andar pilas. 7 a.m. Pero tú sí dormiste o no. O apenas te vas a rolar. Yes, I'm really hooked. MTF Taskers. I mean, it's way easier for me to speak in Spanish. As you can see, I mean, it's my language. So I suppose that, yeah, I wish that I could do that well in English. Maybe if I didn't use a lot of language, amount of language, right? What can I say? Maybe if I didn't use a lot of big words, I'd be more fluid with English. I don't know. What can I say? I like to use words like that. Carnita asada y unas frías y yo como perro envenenado. Sí, ya sé. Sí, pues de hecho eso va a ser la carnita asada. Ese es el plan. Y pues ojalá y atascarse, ojalá y me pueda atascar, pero pues hay veces que ya uno no aguanta ya eso. Hay que comer con cuidado. Ya uno se está volviendo viejo ya que perro envenenado. A man of your words. That's right, empty your tassers. Duermes por las tardes y por las noches estás como rata de biblioteca. De hecho, así estoy yo, o sea, el horario todo por la fregada, si no, no estaría aquí. Está bien gacho el horario. He intentado corregirlo, pero no es difícil. Ya cuando estás bien entrado en el horario es muy difícil. Sí se puede, pero da flojera, o sea, qué hueva, o sea, no sé, o sea, llegas hasta la hora en que sabes que aguantas y no sé, o sea, recuerdas como que te, te gusta la noche, no sé, o sea, como que te empieza a gustar la noche y ya. Y luego es más difícil, no sé. Así como que dices, no, hombre, no, si me voy ahorita a dormir, de lo que me voy a perder, así, o sea, no sé. It is very complicated to change the schedule. Prefieres morir comiendo. Sí, luego la carne asada, no, hombre. No, hombre, no. Más que nada por eso. Tengo que andar bien pilas. Para andar haciendo y pues para hacerla y luego comerla y todo eso. Aunque eso se va a llevar para la noche, o sea, eso va a durar hasta la noche. Se empieza temprano y ya, pues hasta la noche. Ponte a ver videos de autoayuda, eso ayuda. Tan jodida está la cosa. No, pero sí, tienes razón, o sea, suena, o sea, da risa, ¿no? Suena chistoso, pero no, o sea, pues por algo existen, o sea, son buenos todo lo de autoayuda, los libros también. Por algo existen. Y muchas cosas de las que ves ahí, o sea, las ves comprimidas en resumen, o las lees y aprendes un resto porque pues todo es diferente, es resumido, pero diferente. No, sí sirve, sí, o sea, como dices, o sea, la verdad lo escucha uno o lo ve y hasta los títulos, así como que primero lo primero y que esto y lo otro, que el hombre mediocre, que, que caldo de pollo para el alma y cosas así, ¿no? Pero lo empiezas a leer y dices, no, o sea, sí está bueno, o sea, y entretiene, o sea, no escribe nada más por escribir, o sea, también entretiene esas cosas. Te entretiene uno y luego entre vas agarrando la onda o diciendo, ah, tienes razón, así, o sea, más te clavas con eso. O sea, sí. What is the longest conversation in history? Asks empty tasters. Let's ask Google, man. Google knows everything. What was the longest conversation? The current record stands at 54 hours and 4 minutes and is shared between Latvian Skritsov's Stalls, who was paired with Patrick's, whatever, and Romanov's. 54 hours, wow, that's crazy. Honestly, that's kinda low. I expected more. Oh, me recomiendas. Ah, enviaste un link, envíamelo por mensaje, send it to my messages, por privado, porque esos mugres bots no dejan. The bots won't let you send a link. Me lo puedes enviar por privado si serías tan amable. Y si no, yo lo busco. Epicteto. Epicteto no era un filósofo griego o algo así. Déjame checar. Míralo, aquí está. Ah, no manches, es el que trae el movimiento estoico, el estoicismo o qué. Ese rollo sí está. Ese rollo sí está bien, porque básicamente es como aprender a vivir sin emociones, ¿no? O sea, y de esa forma las cosas no te van a afectar tanto siendo estoico. Epictetus was a Greek Stoic philosopher. He was born into slavery. Ah, era esclavo y todo, no manches. He was born into slavery at Hierapolis and lived in Rome until his banishment, when he went to Nicopolis in northwestern Greece for the rest of his life. His teachings were written down and published by pupil Arian in his discourses and Enchiridion. Tengo una lista en donde agrego cosas que me sugieren. Voy a agregar a Epicteto, sugerido por Sir Baratovsky. Gracias por la recomendación. La mure lista es bien grande porque se la pasan sugiriéndome juegos así, pero... O sea, tampoco voy por orden, pero en una chance que me acuerde y quiera aprender algo bueno, porque eso siempre... O sea, es algo muy interesante eso del estoicismo. He escuchado sobre él, pero nunca me he puesto a aprenderle bien. Es como reprogramar tu mente. Enchiridion. Manual Enchiridion. Una color amarillo está en YouTube, ok. Enchiridion. Viejón. Enchiridion. On YouTube. Oh, es un libro de audio. Ha de ser este, ¿no? I'm being suggested a book by Epictetus. Someone that basically explored Stoicism. Stoicism looks really unique, really special. Sí, ha de ser esto. Luego me lo aviento. Los consejos valen oro de él. Me imagino que sí, o sea, es pura gente madura que aprendía de sus errores y pensaba mucho en lo que iba a hacer y la forma que lo iba a hacer. O sea, es gente sabia, no sé, o sea, es gente, no sé, que de muy jóvenes, o sea, para poder haber llegado a esos niveles, o sea, eso te habla de gente que desde joven, pues, no sé si tuvo la suerte de estar en un ambiente bueno o nacieron ya fregones. Sí. Dios, Dios Baratovsky, padre de Nietzsche. Baratovsky. De Nietzsche he escuchado. Tengo una amiga que se lo tatúa, pero Baratovsky, pues yo que nada más te refieres a ti, ¿no? yo creo. Sí. Ah, Google Rayos number. Rayos number, what is that? Anti-transfers, I don't understand. Ah, oh, you want me to Google it. Okay. Let me see if it's safe. Rayos number, the smallest number bigger, and any number that can be named by an expression in the language of first. Okay. With less than a Google. Oh, that's really complex. Está muy raro eso del número de rayo. Smallest number bigger than any number that can be named by an expression in the language of first order. Set theory with less than a Google. Google, my bad. Symbols. Okay, that's truly complex for my mind right now. The answers. Of course, it's safe. It's little numbers. Smallest number figure. Any number that can be named by an expression in the language. A first order set theory with less than a. Okay. I'll leave it for later. Okay, I think that's gonna be it. No. I really have to go to bed. So, ya. Yo creo que la voy a dejar ahora sí a Sir Baratovsky. Sir Batatovsky, señor Batatovsky, no sé cómo prefieras que lo diga. Ahora sí ya me voy a ir a dormir. Gracias por ver el stream. Y sí, que tengas un buen fin de semana. Y ahora ya nada más me voy a despedir. Voy a leerles un cuento a la gente y ya estuvo. Una F. Una F para el vermin. Sueña con mujerzuelas. Sí, gracias igualmente. De las peores. No te creas. No, pues como te guste. Buenas noches. Yes, finally the conversation is over. We're gonna go ahead and finish this. But remember that the cockroach is gonna be there. So, yeah. Thanks everybody for watching. Apologies if you're not that used to hear Spanish, I know. But I didn't want to let down Sir Varatovsky. He came because I had the Just Chatting and the Mexico and whatnot, most likely. So there's that. I had to do it well, right? For him, for them, I don't know. But yeah, anyways, somebody that cares. Let's go, anti-testers. Let's drink the water. Let's finish it, hopefully. Let's go. I didn't even need to become an animal. I basically just drank it because I was thirsty. You were going insane. You were like, oh my god, what's going on? Yeah, I think that okay. Okay, let us just leave it there. Yeah. Thanks again for watching. I hope that you guys have a good weekend. I'm not gonna be streaming tomorrow, most likely. We're gonna have a barbecue, a carne asada at my place, so I won't be able to stream. I won't be able to stream on Sunday either because I'm gonna be doing this League of Legends tournament. Hopefully, I might be back on Tuesday, but if that is not the case, I'll be able to most likely come back on next weekend. So yeah, you guys have a good week. The next one, if I don't see you, let's go ahead and end it. Oh, and wash those hands, wear those masks, hazmat suits, gas masks, whatever, like MTF Tazzer says, and uh, let's do this. 1, 2. Peace out. It is me again, the cockroach that lives in Vermin's apartment. So good night to everybody out there. Thank you for watching Vermin's stream. Now it is time for my capsule. I am so thankful for this space that I am given, because with this I get to spread the culture. For I'm a cockroach of culture that has traveled around the world many times and learned about the difficulties in every part of the world. Canada, I've been there. France, I've done that. Indonesia, I was there. Spain, like my house, like my second house. America, of course, everybody goes to America. But anyways, the point stands. As a cockroach of culture that I am, I have learned a thing and whatnot throughout my life. One day, I will recount a very singular story that I came across. This story, I will entitle it as I'm sorry, I apologize for a mere cockroach, that's a novel technology and whatnot. As I was saying, this is a tale that I came to know as The Frog and the Mouse. A young mouse me 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 in search of adventure was running along the bank of a pond where lived a frog. When the frog saw the mouse, me, my friend the mouse. Shut up, you little rat. Oh, vermin. Yes, tell the rat to shut up. Yes, let the cockroach speak. Thanks, vermin. Little rat. The mouse is actually not a rat. It is very close, but no, it is not like you. Anyways, continuing on the tale. When the frog saw the mouse, me, he swam to the bank and croaked.
Will you pay me a visit?
I couldn't hear very well, so I got closer to hear it croak again. Say, won't you pay me a visit? I can promise you a good time if you do. The mouse, me, did not need much coaxing, for he was very anxious to see the world and everything in it. I really want to see the world. I am sick and tired of living in holes. I long the world. But though he could swim a little, he did not dare risk going into the pond without some help. The frog had a plan. He tied the mouse's leg to his own with a tough reed. Come here, you little mouse. Let me tie your leg to my own. That way, you will be able to drown. I mean, not drown, but swim. That's what I meant. Then into the pond he jumped, dragging his foolish companion with him. The mouse, me, soon had enough of it and wanted to return to shore. Oh, please, frog, get me back to the shore. I cannot swim. I'm going to drown. Me. Me. But the treacherous frog had other plans. He pulled the mouse down under the water and drowned him. It's dead. The mouse is dead. But before he could untie the reed that bound him to the dead mouse, a hawk came sailing over the pond. Seeing the body of the mouse floating on the water, the hawk swooped down, seized the mouse, and carried it off, with the frog dangling from its leg. Don't do it to me, Hawk. Don't do it to me. Thus at one swoop he had caught both meat and fish for his dinner. Those who seek to harm others often come to harm themselves through their own deceit. That is right, my friends. In life, if you harm others, you will most likely get that harm back into yourself. There is a theory called the theory about karma. You do something bad, it will return. Especially if you deceive them. If you do it with all the intent, if you decide to harm others, guess what? You're also going to be harmed, most likely. You shouldn't really harm others. You need to take your life in control. Take it in control and you won't harm others, and because of that you won't get harmed your way either. I was there. I was there. I saw it with my very own eyes. How it all unfolded. How the hawk took the frog and the mouse away. I don't lie. Saw it with my very own eyes. And you can see my memories right here to the right. The mouse was already dead, and the frog was trying to leave. But because she was harmed. That was his final day. This is an advice that me, the cockroach, give to you today. Because I care about you, I care what happens in your life. And advice is never wrong. But I'm already feeling sleepy. Everybody's asleep right here already. The rat, vermin, and the maggot. So I'm gonna go to bed. So I'm afraid at this time this is actually gonna be the end.